Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable. Good. The book is on this shelf. Yes, here it is. Death Blew Out the Match. A very absorbing story of death and mystery on a small island. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was an evening early in May, and the waters around the Cape, just off the coast of Massachusetts, were buried under a fog as thick and as massive as any you'd want to see. Moving cautiously, a small boat makes its way slowly toward one of the islands off the Cape. In the boat, there are Elisha Macumber and Ann Waldron.
Well, this is something. I'm glad we're almost there.
Yep. You been scared, Miss Waldron?
Oh, not scared, Elisha, but if I hadn't bumped into you in New Bedford, I'd have spent the night there. Not even Noah himself could have persuaded me to take a boat ride in this fog. What's new on the island?
Oh, nothing much. Unless you're counting a mysterious stranger.
Mysterious?
Calls himself David Highland. Gets mail from New York, Washington, Boston, pretty near every day. Nobody knows what's in it. He don't talk.
Maybe he's an ex-sailor with a sweetheart in every port.
This could be. But I'm chairman of the Board of Selectmen, and it's my duty to keep the peace on that island.
Well, you've always managed, Elisha. What else is new?
Leonard Case is there, too.
Leonard?
Yep. 4 weeks now.
Then Myra Van Wyck must be there.
She ain't. I guess Mr. Case will be mighty glad to see you, Miss Waldron.
Why should he be glad?
Well, I reckon the fella gets pretty lonesome with a plaster cast on each leg.
Plaster cast, Leonard?
Got both his legs broken in an automobile accident a few months ago. I figured you might know about it.
No. No, I didn't know. Elisha, are you sure Myra isn't on the island?
Mm-hmm. You're still sweet on the fella, ain't you?
He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe not. But summer last year, when Mr. Case turned from you to that Van Wyck woman, yep. I was mighty glad the season ended without a killing.
Thanks very much, Elisha. I'll go the rest of the way alone.
Oh, I don't mind taking you to your door, Miss Waldron.
You don't have to. I'll just follow this path around Myra Van Wyck's house, and that'll take me right home. Good night, Elisha. And thanks for everything.
Good night, Miss Waldron. Be careful.
Maybe I should have... Oh, well. Nothing ever happens here. What was that? Leonard. That's Myra's house, and it's closed tight. Someone's coming this way. Someone...
Hello? Fancy meeting you here.
Who are you? What do you want?
You sound like a native. Suppose I answer your first question first. Who am I? David Highland.
Highland?
Why don't you call me David? Then I can call you...
Ann Waldron.
Ann. Lovely. Your house is about 200 feet from here, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you expect to live there alone?
What business is it of yours?
Just this. You won't tell anyone that you met me tonight, will you?
I won't.
That's what I said. Because if you do, one of us will become very useless.
Hey, Mr. Case, there's a dame here to see you.
A dame? Show her in, sir.
Okay, Tootsie. Help yourself to the boss. But don't make him nervous. He's in a very delicate condition.
Ann! Oh, Ann, darling, I'm so glad to see you.
Hello, Leonard.
You look beautiful. More beautiful
Hey,
than
Mr. Case, is it all right if I take the car and go for a drive into town?
Yes, beat it. Go anyplace.
I'll pick up some chow for the icebox while I'm there. You got a couple of preferences, maybe?
Buy anything you like, but for Pete's sake...
Okay.
Oh, don't look so surprised, Ann. The guy saved my life. Pulled me out of the wreck before the car went up in flames. Hang it if he doesn't turn out to be the best cook and butler this side of the Atlantic. I was hoping you'd come, Ann.
You were? Well, what do you mean?
I knew you were on the island.
Oh, Elisha told you.
No? I saw you.
From here?
Hmm?
But my house is... Leonard, what have you done to this room?
You like? I had these walls ripped out and the glass put in their place. Nah, I don't miss a trick. I simply look through this telescope, and the island has no secrets.
I see. Leonard, when is Myra coming?
She isn't.
Too busy in New York?
I hope so. The fact is, Mara and I are washed up. Silly, isn't it?
Is it?
The crazy thing about it is that I really thought I loved her. I must have been out of my mind.
Did you marry her?
It wasn't that crazy, Anne. Here.
Leonard! Put that crawl on your bed.
And I want you to meet Mabel, my little helpmate. When Sam's away, Mabel does little odd jobs that make me comfortable. Watch. Mabel, my pipe. Oh, you're slipping, old girl. You forgot my tobacco pouch. Thank you. Now you may go out and get your lunch. And don't dig up anyone's garden.
For pity's sake, where did you pick that up?
Myra gave it to me.
Wow. Everyone to his taste. I don't think I... What's that?
What?
On your bed. It's a buckle off a woman's shoe.
Well, what do you know? Thing that bird will bring home with her.
Wait a minute, Leonard. I've seen this buckle before. Haven't you?
Haven't I? Why, I don't remember.
That's Myra's.
What are you talking about? Myra's in New York.
Oh, we'll soon find out. Give me that telescope.
But, Hello? Yes, she's here. Would you like to talk to her? Uh-huh. What? Good heavens, of course I'll tell her right away. Anne, you can stop looking.
What is it, Leonard?
Myra's here on the island. Elisha McComber just phoned. He wants you to go over to her house. She's been murdered.
Elisha?
Eh? Oh, Miss Waldron. You got here pretty quick, didn't you?
I can't believe it. Myra dead. When did it happen?
Sometime last night.
Last night?
The coroner says it must have took place between 11 and 12.
That's impossible.
Is it? Why?
Well, it was close to 12 when I left you. I took the path that runs around this place. The house was locked up.
Did you look to see?
No, there was no reason for me to look. You yourself told me Myra wasn't on the island.
I reckon I was wrong, Miss Waldron. Miss Van Wyck must have got here while I was in New Bedford.
And that must have been it.
What was that, Miss Waldron?
The door. As I was passing by here last night, I heard the door open and close twice.
Of course, you didn't see anyone, did you?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Too bad. Would you like to see the body?
Must I?
It can't hurt you. It's right there in the living room. Come along. There she is, just like I found her.
Oh, her head's almost in the fireplace.
Yep. She was just about to light the fire with that match when death blew it out. You got any idea what killed her?
I? Well, why should I?
I thought you might have. It was cyanide of potassium.
Oh, how awful.
Uh-huh. But there's one thing that puzzles me, Miss Waldron. How did the killer get her to take it?
I don't know, Elisha.
There ain't a sign of a struggle in the room, and there ain't a mark on her body. Cyanide works like lightning. That means she was killed right here in this room.
But, Elisha, you keep talking about murder. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Of course, I ain't never seen a corpse that could get up and dispose of the evidence.
Maybe she chewed it.
Huh? How would you be knowing about that, Miss Waldron?
That piece of gum near the fireplace.
I guess I must be slipping. Now, we'll see what the coroner has to say about this gum.
It was suicide, Elisha. I'm sure of it now.
Why?
Ask Leonard Case. He can give you all the facts.
I'm asking you, Miss Waldron.
I don't know them. Now, why did you send for me?
I wanted to hear what you had to say in the presence of the corpse.
But why me?
To my way of thinking, Miss Van Wyck was murdered. And I thought maybe I ought to have a talk with the one person that had both motive and opportunity. That's you, Miss Waldron.
Well, are you trying to break down the door?
I must see you, Mr. Highland.
All right. Would you like to look at me here, or would you rather come in?
I'll come in.
Good. Sit down.
No, thanks. Mr. Highland, what were you doing out in the fog last night?
You won't call me David, will you?
Will you answer my question, please?
Sure. What were you doing out in the fog last night?
I was going home.
So was I. That makes us even, doesn't it?
Not quite. Myra Van Wyck's been murdered.
What? You don't say. On this quiet, peaceful island? Did you tell anyone you met me?
No.
Good girl. Yes. Always play it smart.
But I will, Mr. Highland.
Will you? Would you like to hang for the murder of Myra Van Wyck?
What?
Suppose I told Elisha that I saw you coming out of her house last night.
But you didn't.
How do you know I didn't?
Well, I didn't go in after I left you. I went right home.
Can you prove it?
Can I? Now, look here, Mr. Highland. What are you trying to do?
I don't want you to make any mistakes. You protect me, and I'll protect you.
You killed Myra.
Don't point, Miss Waldron. It's bad manners.
Why did you do it? All right. I'm going to find out, Mr. Highland, and what you came to this island for. And when I do...
Yes?
That letter on the desk. That's Myra's handwriting on the envelope.
Put it down.
Mailed from New York yesterday.
Give it to me.
You didn't have to break my arm.
I'm sorry. It's such a pretty arm, too. And that's such a pretty neck.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. But if you say one word about this letter to anyone, I'm going to put a rope around that neck for keeps.
Leonard, what am I going to do? Elisha thinks I killed Myra, and I can't prove that I didn't.
And I know you didn't, no matter what you thought of Myra. Elisha was here. I told him that she wanted to marry me, but, well, I couldn't do it.
Then she loved you?
I'm afraid so.
Leonard, it's possible then that Myra committed suicide.
No. Just before you came in, Elisha phoned me. That piece of gum you found, there was no poison in it.
Oh.
Don't worry, darling. We'll find a way to get you out of it.
But, Leonard, who left that gum there?
A killer, no doubt. Listen, Anne, what about David Highland?
Who?
Don't pretend you don't know him. I saw you with him a little while ago.
You saw me?
Mm-hmm. This telescope.
Oh.
Why did you go to his house?
I can't tell you.
All right. Then maybe you can tell me what you and he were wrestling over. It was a letter, wasn't it?
Leonard, please don't ask me.
Wasn't it?
Yes, from Myra.
Myra? Well, what's he got to do with me?
I don't know. But, promise you won't tell anyone. Leonard, you must promise.
Why?
Well, just promise, that's all.
All right, dear. But we've got to know what was in that letter.
Yes, but how are we going to get it?
I'll keep my telescope trained on his house. When David Highland goes out, I'll tell Sam... Shut up, Mabel.
Mabel. Leonard, that shoe buckle she brought in here this morning.
Yes?
That was Myra's. Oh, what a dunderhead I am. Why didn't I see it before?
See what?
Where did Mabel find that buckle? Certainly not in Myra's house. She must have found it outside somewhere. Don't you see what that means?
Uh-huh. That Myra wasn't killed in her own house. Say.
Now all we have to do is find out where she was killed. Leonard, how well have you got that crow trained?
Pretty well. Why?
That buckle. If you told her to put it back where she found it, would she do it?
I don't think so. She's not that smart.
Oh.
Besides, it's been hours since she brought it here.
All right. Then that letter from Myra might tell us what we want to know. I want to know the minute that man goes out. Now, let me see. The desk. Oh, he would keep it locked. I don't think he'd be so careless as to leave it under the chair cushions. No, that would be too obvious. Oh. Hello?
Anne.
Oh, what is it, Leonard? Is he coming back?
I haven't seen him, but it's getting dark, and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep watch for you much longer.
I can't leave now. I've got to find that letter.
But it might be dangerous. Suppose he walks in on you.
Well, I'll have to take that chance. Hold the wire. I'll go look some more.
All right, but hurry.
The chair cushions, Oh, no, of course not. A liquor cabinet. Who would think of looking in a liquor cabinet for a letter? Only it didn't get dark so fast. There. Hello, Leonard.
Any luck, Ann?
Plenty. I've got it.
Bring it over here right away.
Leonard,
Oh, what's the matter? Well, why don't you get out of there?
I'm afraid it's too late. Well, Leonard, send for Elisha McComber quick.
Is it Highland?
I can't see. It's dark. Get Elisha.
Ann! Ann! Ann!
Hey, you, Mr. Highland.
Huh? Why, Elisha McComber? What's all the excitement about?
And where do you think you're going?
I'm not thinking, Your Honor. I'm going for a walk.
Where's Miss Waldron?
Ann? She's supposed to be here?
Yep. Let's go into your house.
All right, if you like. While we're doing that little thing, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
In time. Where is she?
I don't know. When I left for the village, the house was empty. When I came back, it was still empty.
She spoke to Mr. Case on the phone from here.
Really? Well, perhaps I should lock my door when I go out. Do you think my neighbors would disapprove?
Ain't none of my business. But this matter of Miss Waldron. Mr. Highland, would you be a gum-chewing character?
Gum chew. Sometimes. When I want to get rid of a bad taste.
Now, how did you get rid of the gum? Spit it out on the floor?
What do you mean?
Over there, by that table.
But, well, I'll
Maybe
be...
you will a lot sooner than you'd be expecting. Are you ready to talk about Miss Waldron?
Of course. Yes, I think she's beautiful. I think she's a charming girl. Now, if she were only a bit more friendly...
Is that all you've got to say?
No, but for the moment, it'll have to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe you'd better come with me.
Where?
To Miss Van Wyck's house.
Why there?
Me and my boys have given that place a mighty fine once-over. Somebody that done a killing could think that we'd have no more reason to go back there. But we have, Mr. Highland. Come on.
Well, are you satisfied, Elisha? There isn't a trace of Ann Waldron upstairs or even down here in the cellar.
I ain't through looking yet, Mr. Highland.
Where do you expect to find her? In the coal bin?
Maybe. Hand me that shovel.
All right, but I...
On the other hand, maybe you better do the shoveling.
Hmm?
I can keep an eye on you that way.
Well, anything to make a selectman happy, especially if he's the chairman of the board.
You're a mighty calm young fella, ain't you? Pretty sure of yourself.
I was brought up right.
What do you know about Miss Van Wyck?
She's dead.
The postman mentioned that you got a letter from New York this afternoon. It was in a woman's handwriting.
I get lots of letters.
From dead people?
And you can never tell about that, Elisha. Sometimes you can swear a person is alive, and then after you've known him for a while, you...
But this
change your
letter,
mind.
Mr. Highland, the postman had an idea it was in Miss Van Wyck's handwriting. From what he remembers of her handwriting.
I didn't kill her, if that's what you're leading up to.
Yep, that's what I'm leading up to. You got that letter?
Nope.
That'll suit yourself, Mr. Highland. You don't have to talk now.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
That suitcase, it was buried in the coal.
Well, I'll be swan. Open it. Jumping Jehoshaphat. Jewels.
Diamonds.
Well, it must be $1 million worth. So that's it. That's why Miss Van Wyck was killed.
Uh-huh.
She come back here too soon. Whoever was hiding this stuff here figured that she'd be in New York, maybe. And maybe not, Mr. Highland.
No?
Maybe that person knew she was coming back. Maybe him and Miss Van Wyck were sort of partners in a business that wasn't legal. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Highland?
I don't know. I don't go in for guesswork.
How about cyanide of potassium?
You're singing way off key, Elisha.
But you've got the right tune, ain't you? Put your hands up, Mr. Highland.
All right.
Now, just you walk up them stairs. And no monkey business, my friend. I got an eye like an eagle.
Operator, 124.
Hello?
Elisha, this is Leonard Case. Have you found Ann Waldron?
No.
Oh, good heavens, what are you doing about it?
I got searching parties out all over the island.
But what about David Highland? It was from his house that she called for help.
He'll talk, Mr. Case, about Miss Walden and about Miss Van Wyck, too.
You mean that he killed Myra?
Yeah, well, Mr. Case.
Yes?
The folks here in the village tell me your car's been parked all day by the general store.
I know. My butler, Sam Ray, took it this morning. Send him back if you see him, will you?
Ain't nobody seen him since 2 o'clock this afternoon. I reckon you'll have to be advertising for a new butler, Mr. Case.
Well, that's ridiculous. Sam wouldn't quit me without notice.
Maybe not, but he ain't on the island.
Okay, sister, on your feet. Shut up. We're going to take a ride now in the open sea. Fresh air and just enough fog to keep me and you out of sight. Nice, ain't it? The way that fog comes in over the water. Perfect hideout. Even better than this stinking old tool shed. Tough, ain't it? You got so much to say, but that gag don't let you. Yeah. Okay, get going. Right down to the boat. Then maybe when we get way out in the ocean, I'll tell you a nice, interesting bedtime story. Okay, baby, this is it. Yeah, you're dying to talk, ain't you? Okay, I'll take off the gag. Yeah, you can scream, too. There ain't a soul around here to hear you, 8 miles offshore.
Sam Ray, when Leonard Case finds out about this,
What's he gonna do, fire me?
he'll... What have you got against me? Why did you bring me out here to kill me?
I don't like snoopers, baby.
But I was only trying to protect myself. Elisha McCombs suspected me of killing Myra Van Wyck. I didn't do it. I had to find out who did.
So you went after a letter?
I thought it might give me a clue.
Yeah,
Did that letter contain any evidence, Sam?
plenty.
What kind of evidence?
You're sure a dame, ain't you?
Well, you can't be afraid to tell me now. I'll never have a chance to... Will I?
How right you are.
Well, are you going to tell me, or aren't you?
Baby, that letter meant the difference between $1 million and zero. That Highland guy...
Then he was mixed up with the death of Myra.
Shut up.
What's the matter?
Listen. There's a boat out there. If you make one sound...
You listen.
Are you dirty little... I'm going to finish you off right now and get out of here.
Get away from him, Miss Walden. Get out of that boat.
Go ahead, Elisha. Go ahead. And that's the whole story, Leonard. If it hadn't been for Elisha, I'd be at the bottom of the ocean now.
Oh, Anne, darling, I don't know what to say to you. I feel as though it's all my fault.
Nonsense.
Oh, but Sam worked for me. I trusted him. How was I to know that he was a diamond thief and that he'd killed Myra? He did kill Myra, didn't he, Elisha?
I reckon so. We got in the way of knowing now with him at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, all I can say is thanks for saving Anne. Now, how about a party to celebrate? Sam gone, I guess we'll have to rely on Mabel to do the honors. Mabel! Candy! Candy, Mabel, for the lady. If she could only cook. Mabel!
Oh, she flew out the window. Leonard, she's flying toward Myra's house.
Candy for the lady, eh, Mr. Case?
I don't understand what got into that bird. She's never disobeyed orders.
And I reckon she ain't disobeying them now. She's flying to the only lady she knows. All right, Mr. Case, you can talk now. If you got a mind to.
But I got nothing to say.
That's your privilege. But you killed Myra Van Wyck by sending that bird out last night with a piece of poisoned candy. And you done it because you knew the lady would take the candy from the bird, maybe as an omen of reconciliation. Miss Waldron, did you know that Mr. Case and Miss Van Wyck was husband and wife?
Married?
Yep. I asked the police in New York to do a routine check on Miss Van Wyck, and they come up with the dope.
Leonard.
All right, so what? I didn't want her around. I told her to stay away from the island, to leave me alone.
And you had good reason to. She might have found them diamonds in her coal bin. That would have been too bad, wouldn't it, for you?
David?
Anne. Well, what brings you down to the beach at this hour of night?
You. And some of the things you can explain to me about Leonard.
Oh. Well, Leonard Case was a smuggler. Sam Ray worked for him. So did a lot of others. It was my job to round up the gang from the top down.
Your job?
Mm-hmm. I'm an agent of the Treasury Department.
Oh. Well, that tells me a lot.
Oh. Well, that's why I had to be so tough with you on occasions. I couldn't take the chance of being implicated in a murder. I would have had to explain my position to Elisha.
But he's an officer of the law.
Rounding up a gang of smugglers was my job. Finding a murderer was his.
Yes. But what about that letter you received from Mara?
That, my dear, was an authorization for me to enter her house and search it.
Oh. Oh! What a...
What a little dope you are.
Mr. Highland.
David. Come on, let's take a walk.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Death Blew Out the Match, based on the story by Kathleen Moore Knight. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. Well, I'm the librarian. Yes. Come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story about a murderer who was revealed by postage stamps. It's called For the Hangman. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's available now. Quite all right. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came to you from New York. Mutual's Mystery Hour continues immediately after station identification with a casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Fear came first. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Fear Came First by Vera Kelsey. The very intriguing story of a house that was divided by fear until united by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Madrona Place was the real estate empire that Grandfather Wales had built and died building. A square mile of rolling fields and woodland and lakes. And yes, the huge gray house, the Manor House, the gloomy headquarters of death. It was at this house that Thor Satterland arrived one blustering evening in March. And as he waited in the icy wind, he thought of the warm reception he knew he'd get. The door opened.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, what do you want?
Well, I'm sorry. I was expecting...
Speak up, will you? I'm freezing.
I'm Thor Satterland.
Well, I'm still freezing.
Huldah Swinson's grandson.
Oh.
You see, I was expecting her to open the door, and I...
Well, you'd better come in.
Yes, thank you.
Well, quickly, if you don't mind. That's better. How you Vikings can stand the cold. Now, let's take a good look at you.
Oh, couldn't you tell me about my grandmother first?
Pulchritude with muscles.
About my grandmother, Miss...
Wales, honey. First cousin to Fleur. But you can call me...
Who's that, Eileen?
A man, Beulah, and he belongs. Huldah's grandson.
What?
Yes. Wouldn't you like to meet him?
Thank you. I have other things to do.
Isn't she charming, Thor? My aunt, by marriage. An outsider who married a son of the late Grandfather Wales.
Late?
Oh, didn't you know? The lord of the manor was tucked away in his beloved real estate 6 weeks ago.
That nice old man dead.
Mm-hmm. Terrible, isn't it? And he was only 87.
I'm going to look for my grandmother.
Don't lose your wind doing it.
What?
She's dead, too.
No.
3 days ago. We buried her this morning.
But she... Well, only last week. Where's Fleur Wales?
You can take my word for it.
I want Fleur.
All right. She's upstairs in her room. Do you know anything about this place?
Yes.
Then you ought to know where the living room is. Wait there. I'll tell her you dropped in like the handsome plague.
Thor, you know what we thought of Huldah, Grandfather Wales and I. She was more than a housekeeper to us. She was the mainstay of this house.
Yes, I know that, Fleur.
Everything revolved around her. I had no mother or father except for Huldah. And then...
Please.
I'm sorry. I've been trying so hard not to go to pieces. In 6 weeks, first Grandfather...
Would you rather not talk about it now?
I must talk. You've got a right to know how Huldah died. And why she died.
Why?
Yes. It's very important. It might explain many things. After Grandfather Wales passed away, they came. You met Eileen.
And Beulah.
Well, there's another one, Ruby Devers. Huldah resented them. They treated her like a servant, and she wanted me to send them packing.
Yes?
But I couldn't. They're relatives, and every single one of them seems to think that she's got a claim to this property.
Oh.
Huldah wouldn't understand my position. She became sullen. And then 4 days ago, she disappeared.
Oh, good grief. Wasn't that the day the big blizzard began?
Saturday morning.
I was reading about it in Chicago when I... go on, Fleur.
I thought she'd gone to a cottage at Cranford, the one my grandfather built for her birthday years ago. I drove there.
Well, don't tell me she got lost in that storm.
I don't know what happened, Thor, but she never reached Cranford.
Oh, my Lord.
Late Sunday afternoon, some men taking the shortcut through the woods found her.
That poor old woman. What did the doctor say it was?
Well, the coroner told Sheriff LaRue that it was a heart attack. But there was a pretty bad bruise on her forehead.
Bruise?
She must have fallen against a tree. Oh, I wanted her to be patient. To wait until I could find out what those women really expected me to give them. If they had any rights to any part of Madrona Place.
Fleur, was my grandmother afraid of these women?
Afraid?
It's just an idea. Would you know?
I'd say that she wasn't. Or she didn't seem to be.
Well, how about you? Are you afraid of them?
I don't know. There's nothing they can take away from me. This property is mine. Grandfather Wales left it to me in his will. But...
Yes?
In the event of my death, it goes to them in equal shares.
Then you are afraid. All right.
Are you going?
Yes, I left my luggage at the bus stop in Laketon.
Then you're coming back?
Well, I don't have to see Chicago again for a week.
Good. I'll drive you to Laketon.
No, I want to take that shortcut through the woods.
Now? In the dark?
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to have any heart attack. Just leave the front door unlocked. I might be a little late. Now, look, Sheriff LaRue, I don't like to say the coroner made a mistake.
But you're saying it, Mr. Satterlin.
Maybe my grandmother did have a heart attack. It's possible. She was 73. But that bruise on her forehead...
What are you trying to do? Make out a case of murder?
Well, I'm just wondering about it, that's all.
You got any reasons for wondering?
Yes. She gave 50 years of her life to Madrona Place. She was nurse and housekeeper to the old man. She kept him alive.
You don't have to tell me, Mr. Satterlin. He was even too sick to walk.
And you know what she did when Fleur's father and mother were killed.
Yeah, a couple of months after the girl was born.
She brought her up like her own child. She wouldn't have left her.
But she did.
I don't believe it.
That ain't evidence, Mr. Satterlin.
Oh? Well, then, maybe this is.
Huh? What's that?
A letter I received from my grandmother 2 weeks ago. Yeah, read it.
Okay. Things is very bad here at Madrona Place. I do not think I know what to do. You come and I will tell you what I see and what I know. Come right away. It is... What's this word?
Dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Did you answer this letter?
A week ago.
Huh? And Huldah Swenson must have had your letter before she died.
And she was expecting me today.
Who knows about this letter?
Just you and me, I think.
You didn't show it to the ladies at Madrona Place?
Not yet.
Well, don't. And say nothing about it.
All right.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to pay them ladies a visit. Maybe I'll find out which one of them knows more than the book says she ought to.
I'm going upstairs to bed, Beulah. Good night, Eileen.
But, Fleur, aren't you going to wait up for our handsome Viking?
The housekeeper's grandson.
An ex-housekeeper's grandson, Beulah. The class distinction was buried this morning.
Eileen.
Sorry if I've spoken disrespectfully about your sacred cow. But Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, what of all holla I could make with that guy.
Good night. Fleur, what is it, Beulah? Look into Ruby's room, please. She went to bed with a sick headache. She might want something. You can do that yourself if you like. I've had enough of all of you.
Well, one word about her precious Huldah.
Oh, it isn't that, Eileen.
Oh, no?
It's that man, Thor Sutherland. Since he came here tonight...
She's been full of vitamins and very difficult.
Why do you suppose she sent for him?
I don't know. Did she send for him?
Of course. She means to get rid of us.
How?
Oh, leave it to her. She'll find a way.
Nobody can get rid of us, Beulah. We go with the land, like topsoil.
I don't trust her, Eileen.
You don't trust anyone, including Ruby and me.
What?
But that's all right. I don't trust you or Ruby either. Any day I expect to look in the mirror and find a knife in my back.
Oh, how can you say that?
I open my mouth and out it comes.
Very well, if that's all you think of me.
Oh, Beulah, let's not get sentimental.
I'm thinking of my future, our future. We'll never make any progress until we learn to trust each other.
And all this because a man came to the house.
He told Fleur he was going to Laketon to pick up his luggage. But that was more than 3 hours ago.
He walked the woods path where Huldah's body was found.
Why did you say that to me that way?
You're worried about something, aren't you?
Oh, I don't want strangers meddling in our business. And that man...
Is that all?
He should have been back 2 hours ago.
Beulah, you fascinate me. I really think you're frightened.
Oh, nonsense. I'm puzzled. You should be, too.
I am.
Oh?
By only one thing.
What's that, dear?
Who killed Cock Robin?
What's the matter?
Somebody.
Oh, now tell me.
My throat. I couldn't breathe.
Where's the fire?
What is it, Eileen? Who screamed?
Keep your nightcap on, Beulah. I'm looking for that information myself.
Oh, tell them to go away. Oh.
Well, I shouldn't wonder. That man is with her, under the same roof with me. Good night, Eileen.
Naughty, naughty.
All right, Fleur.
Those women.
Tell me what happened. Why did you scream?
I was dreaming, Thor, that someone was strangling me with my silver necklace.
Yes.
I had to scream. I was screaming in my dream. I couldn't breathe.
You scared the living daylights out of me.
I'm sorry. I feel so foolish now.
What's the matter?
This reading lamp. I turned it off before I fell asleep.
Are you sure?
Yes. I remember.
Let me see your throat.
But Thor, it was a dream.
Those 2 scratches aren't.
What?
Yeah. Fleur, where did you keep that necklace?
I dropped it on the dressing table.
No place else?
Isn't it there?
No.
Well, then look on the chest of drawers.
All right.
I know I didn't put it away. I took it off and I dropped it.
I'll go, Fleur.
But Thor, it must be.
You mean it should be. You weren't dreaming, Fleur. Somebody tried to kill you.
Oh, no.
When you started to scream, she got scared and ran out with a necklace.
Who?
I'm going to ask Sheriff LaRue to answer that question tomorrow. Just keep your door locked tonight. Oh, good morning, Sheriff.
Hello, Thor. Oh, I got frost in my bones. The ladies up yet?
They're in the dining room.
Good.
Yeah, take off your coat.
No, thanks. I ain't staying any longer than I have to.
Well, suit yourself.
Always do. Well, good morning, ladies.
Well, Sheriff LaRue, we're just having breakfast. Would you like to drop into a cup of coffee?
Eileen, please.
Beulah, my dried-up conscience.
Where's the other one, Fleur?
The other one?
He means Ruby, darling. She's still sleeping, Sheriff.
Somebody wake her up and get her down here.
Why, Sheriff?
I want everybody present, Fleur. I changed my idea about the way Huldah Swenson died. So I got evidence it might have been murder.
Murder?
But what evidence, Sheriff?
Beulah, don't you know it's the law that asks all the questions?
Eileen, when I want advice from
That's
you...
all right, ma'am. You better go upstairs and get Ruby, Miss Eileen. I like you less every time you open your mouth.
Now, see here, you bundled-up Mackinaw.
Go ahead. I've got a jail with vacancies.
Well, since you put it so nicely.
All right, now.
But Sheriff LaRue, why should anyone want to kill Huldah?
Because she had information.
Detrimental to Fleur, of course.
Now, wait a minute, Beulah. You're going to say that she killed my grandmother.
Young man, I had rather you wouldn't speak to me after what I saw last night.
What's that?
He and... Oh, it was too disgraceful.
Now, look, ma'am.
I'm not going to talk about it, Sheriff. They can tell you if they want to. I've got something else to explain.
Yeah.
I suppose you've been wondering what Eileen and Ruby and I have been doing in this house.
Sort of.
Well, we've been trying to reestablish our claim to this property.
Huh? What about it, Fleur?
I don't know. Grandfather Wales left Madrona Place to me. It's in his will. Then they arrived with notions.
Don't believe her. The 3 of us are not crazy.
Oh, please, I didn't say you were. But nothing has ever been said to me about any of you. I'm willing to let you prove your claims. I haven't tried to stop you.
No, you haven't.
I let you examine my grandfather's papers, his files. I've exposed the entire house to you. I could have put you out any time I wanted, but I didn't. I didn't even suggest it, did I, Beulah?
Oh, well, you were not doing it out of kindness, Fleur.
No. I wanted to be fair with you and the others. Huldah didn't agree with me, and she's dead. And last night, one of you tried to kill me.
What?
She's lying, Sheriff.
With my silver necklace while I was sleeping. You could still see the marks on my throat. Look.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you about it, Sheriff.
Well, and all because of some real estate.
That's worth about $500,000.
Oh, it's you again. Now, where's...
But you haven't heard the whole story, Sheriff. Old Man Wales was my grandfather, too. But I didn't live here with him. I couldn't spin his top when it came to making a will.
That's what I've been having to put up with, Sheriff.
But it wasn't because you loved it. It was because you knew our grandfather had no right to leave all this property to you.
He didn't buy it with his own money.
You tell him, Beulah.
His 3 sons and Ruby paid for half of it. And one of his sons was my husband.
And one was my father. You get the idea, Sheriff. The kids chipped in to make a home for the old man, but only on a promissory basis.
Yes.
When Grandpapa died, and he did, his sons, or their leftovers, would get what they're entitled to. And that's all we want.
But surely if that was the understanding, your grandfather would have kept records.
That, my sinewy Viking, is what we contend, but we haven't been able to prove as yet.
Well, that's not my department, unless it adds up to murder. When's Ruby coming down?
She isn't.
Now, see here, you tell her...
You tell her. I don't know where she is.
What?
She's vamoosed. Bag and some of her baggage.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you thinking of last night, Beulah?
Yes, after Fleur screamed.
What about it, ma'am?
Eileen and I came out of our rooms to see what was wrong, but Ruby didn't.
And maybe she didn't have to. If she knew why Fleur was screaming.
Eileen, are you suggesting that Ruby tried to kill me?
I'm not suggesting, Fleur. Wait till the law sees what I found.
Where are you going?
To get something I left in the hall. Now, handle with care. And don't get any fingerprints on it.
Now, look, miss, if I've got to listen to any more of your corny jokes...
Wrap the handkerchief and presto.
A paperweight.
There's blood on it.
What a team. We can't lose the pennant.
Where'd you get this?
On the floor in Ruby's closet. She must have forgotten to take it.
Yeah, I'll bet. Like she forgot to take herself. You must think I'm a fool.
That's my paperweight, Sheriff.
I don't care who it belongs to, Fleur.
Ruby asked me if she might use it in her room.
Huh? When?
Several days ago.
Before Huldah Swenson was killed?
Yes, but Sheriff...
This is what it was done with Fleur. Huh. I'd better see about finding Ruby.
But Thor, why must we go to Cranford?
I told you, Fleur, I want to see my grandmother's cottage.
Yes, but why?
Well, Ruby disappeared. She killed my grandmother, tried to kill you.
Do you think she's hiding there?
I don't know of a better place.
Wouldn't it be slightly ridiculous? So close to Madrona Place?
I want to think of looking for her there.
You thought of it.
So?
Sheriff LaRue most likely thought of it, too. But you're not going to Huldah's cottage to find Ruby.
No.
You believe them, Eileen and Beulah, about their claims to Madrona Place.
Now, wait a minute.
You know that Huldah was very methodical. She used to keep records of everything.
Yes, but that doesn't
Please
mean...
don't deny it, Thor. You're going to the cottage to see if you can't find something to prove their claims.
Don't you want them proved?
Yes, if they can be. But if there's anything at the cottage, I'd rather the sheriff found it.
Well, that's what I'm going there for.
Oh?
My grandmother was crazy about keeping diaries. I want to find out if she's left one of her little books at the cottage.
Why?
She knew something, Fleur. What? There's no case against Ruby or anyone else without it. Come on, Fleur.
Yes.
You don't have to be so tense.
I don't like what we're doing, Thor.
Now, if you're going to worry about what the sheriff will say...
Good heavens.
Look at this place. Cyclone couldn't have done a better job of tearing down.
Everything except the walls.
Let's get out of here, Thor.
And even they've been ripped wide open in places.
Thor.
What?
I can't bear to look at it. I'll wait for you in the car.
I'll go with you. Somebody with the same idea as mine beat me to it.
Hulda's cottage.
If there's any evidence in there, it's gone with a killer. I think we'll find Sheriff LaRue and tell him about this.
No, please take me home. You can tell him about it later. Thor, those men. What are they doing on my property?
Oh, I don't... Oh, there's Sheriff LaRue. Let's ask him. Sheriff! Sheriff LaRue!
Huh? Oh.
What's happening?
Well, what are those men doing? What are they looking for?
No, there's nothing to get excited about, Fleur. Those are some of my boys and some boys from the DA's office. Where you been?
Cranford.
My grandmother's cottage.
Oh, yeah. Pretty messy, ain't it?
Oh, you've been there?
Not me. I sent one of my boys. He gave me a first-hand report.
But those men, Sheriff, what are they looking for?
Ruby Devers.
What?
Sheriff.
It's just a hunch, kiddies. I've got an idea she never left this property.
I don't get it.
It's very simple. This is sparsely populated country. Once the people in these parts see a face, they never forget it. And nobody I talked to seen Ruby Devers' face today.
But, Sheriff, that doesn't mean she's...
It could, Mr. Satterley. There's only a couple of places that lady could have gone to. One of them's the woods. She wouldn't have a chance in there against this kind of cold.
Well, what about Laketon, the bus stop?
She didn't get there, son.
How do you know?
The man at the station told me. He knows everybody that lives in this neck of the woods, even if they're only visiting. And he's seen no Ruby Devers.
Hey, Sheriff.
Huh?
You better come here. I think we found something.
Okay, be right there.
Oh.
Now, you take Fleur into the house, Mr. Satterley. I'll be along as soon as I've got something to tell you.
Isn't anybody going to talk?
Sure. Ask a question and we'll give you 20 answers.
Eileen.
There goes my conscience again.
Well, this is no time to be flippant. With the sheriff expecting to find Ruby's dead body out there.
Would you cut your throat if he did?
Thor,
Yes?
will you look out of the window, please?
Oh, now listen, Fleur.
Oh, go and look out of the window and be thankful she doesn't ask you to jump.
Why don't you shut up for a change?
I can. It's no hardship among friends.
That must be the sheriff. Well?
We've got her, Fleur.
Where was she?
In the well.
Good heavens.
Pussy in the well. Who put her there?
That's what I mean to find out, Miss Eileen. From the person who done it.
You know?
Yeah. She was already dead, Fleur, when her body was thrown in there.
How, Sheriff?
I want the killer to tell me.
Don't you know how she was killed?
I know, Mr. Satterley. Well, does anybody want to talk to me alone? Would it help if I say I've known the killer since early this morning?
What are you talking about, Sheriff?
I knew Ruby Devers didn't kill Hulda Swince.
What?
I think you're bluffing. Why didn't you make an arrest?
I wasn't ready, Miss Eileen. Ruby had to be found first.
Are you ready now?
Mm-hmm.
Then make it, why don't you?
Yeah. So am I going to have to do all the talking?
Well, if you want a prisoner.
How about it, Fleur?
I don't know, Sheriff.
Is this your silver necklace? The one you were choked with last night?
Yes. Where did you find it?
The diver found it. In the well.
Oh.
It was used to kill Ruby Devers.
One of them?
No, Mr. Satterley. Fleur.
Oh, you're crazy. She was almost murdered herself.
I think when she gets ready to talk, she'll tell a different story.
But those scratches on her throat.
Oh, nails did that, didn't they, Fleur?
Sheriff LaRue, you've never been so mistaken in your life.
I've known you for a long time, young lady, as a neighbor. I thought you'd want to talk to me alone.
If I had anything to say.
You have. But I'll say it. You killed Hulda Swenson.
Now, look here, Sheriff.
Sit down, Mr. Satterley. I'm talking now. You killed her, Fleur, because she knew that you had killed your grandfather.
Of course.
It was your job to bring him his medicine. The last attack he had, you let him die without the medicine.
You'll have to prove that, Sheriff.
Hulda knew it. She also knew that your grandfather left no will.
No will? But the paper she told us about, the paper that was
A
filed.
forgery, ma'am. Huldah Swenson knew that, too. From the day of the old man's death, she lived in terror of the girl she had raised from the cradle. That's why she wrote to you, Mr. Satterley.
Fleur, is that true?
He hasn't proved it yet?
But he can't be making it up. It's too much.
Don't worry about the proof. I've got it. Huldah's diary.
What? Where did you find it?
In a safe deposit box in Cranford. And with it, Fleur, were memos of all the money the old man had received from his sons and Ruby Devers for the development of Madrona Place.
All right. I killed Huldah. And I forged the will. I didn't want to divide this property with strangers. It was my home.
$500,000 worth.
Why did you let the old man die?
He was going to make out a will, giving them shares, 50%. I lived at Madrona Place all my life, and he was going to let them take over my home.
What about Ruby Devers?
She saw me strike Huldah with that paperweight. And then she tried to force me to sign a paper, giving her half of this property. I had to kill her, just as I had to kill Huldah, because she was going to tell Paul what I'd done.
Come on, Fleur.
Now they're going to take Madrona Place, my home. They're going to take away my home.
Well, don't ever mention that word to me again, Beulah.
What?
That's better. Thor,
Yes?
would you like to tell me a story?
About what?
You can go now, Beulah. You're making a crowd.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Fear Came First, based on a story by Vera Kelsey. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played Thor Sutherland, and Helen Shields was Fleur Wales. Grace Coppin was Eileen, Irene Hubbard was Beulah, and Cameron Prudhomme played Sheriff LaRue. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story about a dead man who captured a murderer. It's called Dead Man Control by Helen Riley. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Dead Man Control. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Dead Man Control by Helen Riley. A very absorbing story of a murder in which Cupid held the hand of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was late morning, and in the library of a mansion on East 67th Street, multimillionaire Fenimore Kingston was standing before the wall safe he had just opened. He smiled, and then as he reached in... 2 hours later, Inspector Christopher McKee was in his office at police headquarters on Center Street when the telephone rang.
Inspector McKee talking, Homicide Bureau.
Good morning. This is Catherine Kingston.
Yes?
Mrs. Fenimore Kingston.
Oh, yes?
My husband's been murdered. Can you come?
Where?
Our home is on East 67th Street.
All right, I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Cassidy, order my car. We're going uptown.
Yes, sir. And how are you...
And don't stop to ask about anybody's health. I'm in a hurry. Please go on, Mrs. Kingston.
Well, Inspector, as soon as I saw that open wall safe, I thought my husband had been killed by a burglar.
Mm-hmm.
So while I was waiting for you, I checked the contents. The money and the bonds were still there. But
Yes?
the diamond ring that Fenimore gave me after our wedding 3 months ago, that's gone.
That wouldn't be the well-publicized Kingston diamond, would it?
It would, Inspector. And it's worth $500,000.
Yes, but the cash from those negotiable bonds.
Can't understand why they weren't taken too.
Very unusual thief, to say the least. Where were you when the miracle happened?
Out. I went out early this morning. I was restless.
Why?
I was tired of doing nothing. So I took the car and drove until I was tired of driving.
Alone?
Inspector McKee.
Don't be alarmed, Mrs. Kingston. I'm not insinuating.
What's your tone?
Merely professional. Now, according to the medical examiner, your husband was shot in the back and death was instantaneous about 2 hours ago. Who was in the house with him then?
I don't know.
What about the servants? Did they go out driving too?
We have no servants.
In this big house?
They quit last night.
Oh?
Don't let it surprise you, Inspector. Fenimore was not an easy person to get along with.
Mrs. Kingston, for your special information, I don't let anything surprise me.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Cassidy?
It's about the murder weapon.
Did you find it?
No, sir. There ain't a trace of it in the house. Me and the boys have looked in every nook and...
All right, Cassidy, all right.
Yes, sir. Oh, my.
What's the matter?
Over there, Inspector. Peep it out from under that corner of the window drape. It shines like a diamond.
It is a diamond.
Well, if it is, then the saints preserve us. It must be as big as an eyeball.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Kingston?
My ring.
No burglary, huh?
It doesn't seem so, does it? But how did that ring get under the drape?
The law of gravity. It fell when your husband fell, after he was shot. And it either rolled or bounced. You can take your pick.
I'll take the ring if you don't mind.
Later. Right now, it's evidence.
But it's mine.
We'll take good care of it. Come on, Cassidy.
Well, are we finished here, sir?
For the time being, goodbye, Mrs. Kingston.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Cassidy.
Inspector McKee, if it's one question I might ask...
Go ahead.
What's the ring got to do with the cadaver we carried upstairs?
I think it killed him.
The devil, you say?
Don't lead me on, Sergeant. I've no time to explain.
Well, if you say so, Inspector.
Going back to my office. I want you to go to the telephone company. Get a list of every call that's been made from or to this house in the last 2 days. Report to me at headquarters.
Yes, sir. But there's one thing that...
Now what?
But it's that girl in there, Mrs. Kingston.
Uh-huh.
Now, I've been on the force for 32 years, and it's a fine education I've got about the good and the bad in
Not
people.
now, Cassidy.
When a girl, young and beautiful, marries a man twice her age and a millionaire, she didn't marry him for love.
Hello? Oh. Is this Michael Dolger's apartment?
Yes?
Who is this?
Amy Cloverson, why?
Oh, This is Catherine Kingston. Let me talk to Michael, please.
You might ask me how I'm feeling.
Please, Amy.
After all, you did get what I wanted.
I want to speak to Michael.
I'll ask him how he feels about it. Hold the wire. And don't wind it too tightly around your neck, dear.
Hello, Kathy.
What's she doing there?
Oh, she just dropped in for a cocktail.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I want you to meet me right away.
Where?
Central Park, inside the 72nd Street entrance. I'll pick you up in my car.
All right. But what's the rumpus about?
Fenimore's dead.
What did you say?
He was murdered this morning.
Good grief. Maybe I'd better come over.
No. The police are here, dozens of them, all over the place. Meet me in half an hour. And come alone.
How'd you manage it?
I didn't.
What?
I couldn't get out without being seen. Michael, I'm in trouble.
But if the police followed you...
Is that all you care about? Your precious hide?
Well, it's the only one I've got.
Well, you don't have to worry. I wasn't followed.
Are you sure?
Yes, look for yourself. Is there a police car behind us?
No, but...
Michael, really, I'm in serious trouble.
How was Fenimore killed?
He was shot. And the police think I did it.
You? Have they said so?
Well, not in words, they haven't. That Inspector McKee, he thinks he's very clever.
Oh, you should have left me alone, Kathy.
I couldn't. I had to speak to you.
Now, why didn't you do it on the phone?
I didn't want to incriminate you.
What?
Suppose one of those policemen had been listening at the door.
Well, suppose.
He'd have heard me asking you about that appointment you had with Fenimore this morning.
That I had?
Just about the time he was killed.
Now, wait a minute. I had no appointment with Fenimore.
That's not the truth. He phoned you and asked you to come over.
Did he tell you that?
No.
Then how do you know so much?
I was listening in on the upstairs extension.
Oh. How much did you hear?
He wanted you to meet him at the house at 11 o'clock. It was very important.
Anything else?
No, I put the receiver down. It was 10:30, and I wanted to be out of the house before you arrived.
Really?
I didn't know what he was going to talk to you about. I was afraid it might be us.
So you ran away? That's too bad.
Why?
Because if you'd stayed, you'd have learned something.
Didn't he talk to you about us?
No, dear.
Well, then what did he?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
What?
That's right. Fenimore wanted to see me, but I didn't want to see him, and I told him so.
You told Fenimore?
Yes, I did. The great Mammon. Well, wasn't it about time?
I'd like to believe that, Mike.
Then do. I got tired of being my cousin's errand boy and of running to him every time he beckoned.
But your allowance...
I told him what to do with that, too. But it doesn't make any difference now, does it?
No.
You're free. And we'll have all the money we both need.
That's putting it very bluntly.
Why not? He never cared for anyone, including you. You were the most beautiful thing he ever saw, and he wanted you. It's just as simple as that.
I know all about it, Mike.
All right. I'll shut up. Kathy?
Yes?
Did you really go out this morning?
I said I did.
Of course. But I was just thinking, what a wonderful opportunity you had, alone in that house with him.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Good work, Gordon. Let me know when she gets back.
Can I come in, Inspector?
Help yourself, Cassidy.
Well, I checked with the telephone company, sir, and it's big news, if I don't mind saying it myself.
Yes? Anything like Catherine Kingston going out to meet a man?
A what?
You've heard of the species, Cassidy. And I'm sure you've heard of Central Park.
Is that where she went with him?
Mm-hmm.
In broad daylight?
There's no topping an Irishman, is there?
Well, not if he comes from the County Cork, sir. Who's the man?
We don't know yet, but he's being tailed. Now, what did you find out at the telephone company?
Oh, wait, here's a list of all the cars that came and went from the Kingston house in the last couple of days.
Good.
But it's them last 3 that was made this morning.
Yes, all outgoing. One at 10:30, one at 10:35.
And Kingston was killed at about 11.
And this one at 1:45. Oh, a few minutes after we left Mrs. Kingston.
That's right.
Who were these calls made to, Cassidy?
But I got that on another slip of paper. Now, where did... Oh, yeah, here it is. Now, the first one and the last one to Michael Dolge.
So that's the man.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Cassidy. I'm just checking.
He was the dead man's cousin.
How do you know?
Well, I remember seeing his name in the papers after the Kingston wedding. Seems to me he was either the best man or one of the ushers. But it's not him I'd be worrying about, sir.
No? Why not?
It's that woman. The one who got the call at 10:35.
What woman?
Amy Cloubertson.
No answer. Michael Dole's most likely out with Catherine Kingston. Yeah. What'd you say about a woman?
Amy Cloubertson.
Well, what about her?
Well, see, you know how I read the newspapers every day.
I know.
Well, after I get through with the sporting pages, I always turn to the society page. It's an old habit of mine. I acquired it 32 years ago when I was a rookie on that Fifth Avenue beat. You know Fifth Avenue uptown, where Central Park lies opposite them glorious mansions with the beautiful...
Sit down, Cassidy.
Well, thank you. Me, them were fine old days. People used to come from all over just to look at the Woolworth building.
Don't let me interrupt you, but you were telling me about a woman.
A woman?
Yes, in connection with a murder.
Yes, Amy Cloubertson. Well, so seeing her name again brought to mind a society page item of about 5 months ago.
To the effect
that Amy Cloubertson and Fenimore Kingston were engaged to be married.
Cassidy, you sure?
That I am, sir, because the diamond ring was mentioned in the same article.
How?
Well, she wore it at the formal reception.
I see.
And not 2 months later, Fenimore Kingston married Catherine. It's the old story, Inspector.
Not another one, please.
The woman scorns. There's no fury like a woman who expects to marry a millionaire and gets jilted.
Yes. Yes. There's no doubt about it. All right, I'll pick it up on the way out. Well.
Oh, bad news, Inspector.
For someone, that was a lab just phoned. The ring we found is a phony. A perfect imitation.
You mean it's made of glass?
Not quite. Somebody had a good job done for a few $100s, and the original, valued at $500,000...
Well, it might be somewhere in a vault, maybe. Lots of people wear paste and keep their valuables locked up.
Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Phone the Kingston house. Tell the men to turn that place inside out.
Yes, sir.
And when you get through, take as many men as you need and contact every diamond cutter in town, especially the ones around Maiden Lane.
Yes, sir.
Now, where's that slip of paper with the names on it?
Yeah, it's right here, sir. The addresses, too.
Give it to me. I'm going out to pay Amy Culbertson a visit. Excuse me.
I don't want any.
Inspector McKee, police.
I still don't want any, but you can come in. There's scotch on the table. Cigarettes if you didn't bring your own.
No, thanks.
Suit yourself. What do you want?
Sit down, please.
If you're here to ask a lot of questions about Fenimore Kingston's murder, don't waste your breath because I don't know any of the answers.
How do you know about his murder?
Radio told me.
Not today, Miss Robertson. Why don't you sit down?
Maybe I don't want to.
Would you have any reason to protect Catherine Kingston?
Not one. Well, here's to you.
Michael Doles? Sorry, I didn't mean to catch you off guard.
Why'd you mention his name to me?
This pack of matches with his name on the cover.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
I have a weakness for matches that are left on tables.
All right, so he told me about Fenimore's death. I was at his apartment when Catherine phoned. She told him. Anything else you'd like to know?
What time did you meet Fenimore Kingston this morning?
I did what?
He phoned you at 10:35.
How'd you find out about that?
You just told me.
What? Why, you wheedling weasel.
Shall we talk now?
Pitch curves and have me swing at him.
I'd like to know about you and Fenimore Kingston.
I'm through talking to you.
Are you? Then suppose we go down to headquarters.
What for?
We're very lonesome.
Now, wait a minute. Let me go. I haven't done anything.
What about you and Kingston?
We were engaged, and then he jilted me and married that
Yes?
Catherine and I were in the same show. I met Fenimore at a party, and he fell for me like a ton of diamonds. And then, like a fool, I introduced him to Catherine.
Why did he phone you this
He
morning?
wanted a date.
Now, look, Miss
That's
Clarkson.
the truth. Told me he was going to divorce Catherine. He found out about her and Michael. He thought I knew something, too.
And, of course, you rushed over to Michael's apartment and told him.
Oh, not exactly. I tried to make it casual.
3 hours later?
Mike and I were in the same boat. Both of us had been kicked around by Fenimore. That was a common bond.
So you waited from 10:35 until almost 2.
Still pitching curves, aren't you?
Was it because you tried to get his apartment in the morning and couldn't?
No.
Or didn't you even try?
What do you want from me? I didn't kill anybody.
Fenimore didn't call you to talk about his wife.
Then I don't know what he did call me for.
He asked you about this ring.
What? Where'd you...
You wore it for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, but I gave it back.
This one?
Look, mister, there's only one of its kind in the world.
Why did he call you about it?
Because he thought
Yes.
nothing.
He thought you'd know a good imitation from the real thing.
You mean that diamond's a fake?
We'll find out soon enough, if you're really surprised. Goodbye, for now.
Oh, you going?
Sorry?
Oh, I'm collapsing. Drop in again sometime. Anytime.
Thanks. And let's hope I don't have to return that invitation.
Hello, Michael.
Amy, what are you doing here?
I figured she'd drive you home. She was always the lady. Get back in the car.
Now, see here,
Get
Amy.
back or I'll make a scene that'll turn you both into mummies.
Gotta do as she says, Michael.
All right, Kathy.
I'll be right behind you, kiddies, in the back seat. Now, Catherine, who told Inspector McKee about me?
What?
About Fenimore having phoned me this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know he phoned me, don't you?
No.
Oh, you couldn't tell the truth if you had a mouthful of it and it was choking.
Wait a minute, Amy.
She's trying to frame me. And she'll frame you, too.
What was Fenimore talking to you about?
Ask her. She was tuned into the extension.
Were you, Kathy?
No.
She had to be. How else?
She said no, Amy.
All right, so she said no. How did Inspector McKee know that I talked to Fenimore and about the diamond, too?
The diamond?
Yes. Maybe you didn't know that beautiful thing was just a hunk of glass.
That's a lie.
Well, it wasn't when Fenimore asked me about it this morning. He wanted me to return the original.
Oh, is that why you killed him?
Oh, I knew that was coming out of you. You'd like the police to think that, wouldn't you?
Maybe they already do.
Well, that wouldn't put you in the clear, Kathy, darling. I returned the original to Fenimore.
Can you prove it?
Can you prove that I didn't? Wind her up, Michael. She seems to have run down.
I think you've said enough, Amy.
I'm through. And so is she. For good, I hope.
Inspector McKee, homicide.
Cassidy talking, sir.
Go ahead.
I think I found him, Inspector.
Who?
The diamond cutting fella.
Good. What does he say about the Kingston diamond?
Well, sir, it might be the man and it might not.
What?
But I found him in a small room on the top floor of a small building just around the corner off Maiden Lane. There was no name on the door, just the words diamond cutting. But I took a chance anyway. And it's a good thing I did, Inspector.
No.
For there was that poor old fella stretched out on the floor, dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, little fella he was, too. And beaten around the head unmerciful.
What's the address?
Yeah, but I got it written down on a piece of paper. Now, where did it... Oh, yes, here it is. It's up here, Inspector.
All right, Cassidy. I'm doing the best I can.
But I got some information, sir. I checked with some of the neighbors on this floor.
Where's the body?
Well, I'll take you to it, sir. Well, as I was saying, I checked. And the fellow's name was Rudolph Leibniz.
What else?
Well, that's all, sir. He came over from the other side a few years ago. A victim of war and oppression. And to think that his only reward for minding his own
How
business...
do you know he was minding his own business?
Well, his reputation in the trade, Inspector, was good. He was known to all his neighbors as an honest man, a good worker, and a fine, upstanding character. And when your competitors have only praise
Is this the room,
for you...
Cassidy?
Yes, sir. There he is.
Yeah.
A little old fella.
Why didn't you tell me his files had been opened and dumped?
Well, I was going to,
well,
Chief.
It doesn't matter. Somebody wanted a record and they took it.
You think this can be an outcome of the Kingston murder?
Maybe. Let's have a look at the body.
He didn't have a chance. Struck on the back of the head and then beaten until he
Cassidy.
was... yes?
This man's been dead since this morning. Late this morning.
Could you be sure about that?
Rigor mortis takes at least 6 hours to set in. It's just beginning.
Then it'd be about the time Fenimore Kingston was murdered.
A little later, but not much. The killer came right from the Kingston house to this place and... All right, Cassidy, there's no point in searching the room.
No, sir?
We won't find anything.
Oh.
Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters.
Have you got a plan, sir?
I hope so, Cassidy. Hello, give me Murphy and homicide. Inspector McKee. I hope so, Cassidy. If it works, it'll be a miracle.
Well, talking of miracles, there was a...
I want you to have the following 3 parties picked up. All right? Catherine Kingston, Michael Dolge, and A.B. Cloverson. You'll find the addresses on my desk. And keep them in my office until I get there. Now, as for you, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
You stay here. Phone the medical examiner's office and look after the usual details. I'm going out for a long walk.
Yes, sir.
Those people will wait, even if they don't like it. And let's hope they don't like it enough to burn.
Inspector McKee.
Well, company. How are you, Mrs. Kingston?
Why did you have me brought here? And
Miss
why...
Robertson?
I'm cheerful enough to break your neck.
And taking 2 from 3, you must be Michael Doe.
We've been waiting for 2 hours, Inspector.
Yes. Why have you had me arrested?
It's a habit of mine, Mrs. Kingston, when a murder's been committed.
Oh, then we are under arrest.
For the time being, Miss Cloverton. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I've been working on another case, and there's some papers on my desk as I...
You've no right to keep us here.
Please, Kathy.
Well, he hasn't, Michael, not without charges.
Then wait and try to be calm.
Very interesting.
There's nothing incriminating in what I said, Inspector.
Oh, no. I wasn't referring to that. It's this memo. Good news.
Well, I'm not going to wait here and let you waste my time.
Mrs. Kingston, this building is full of policemen.
For pity's sake, Kathy, stop being so nervous.
If he has anything to say to us, he...
I have. One of you killed Fenimore Kingston this morning.
I wasn't home.
You were out driving. But who saw you, Mrs. Kingston?
What?
It takes at least 2 to make an alibi.
But surely you don't think that I...
Well, you're out of your mind, Inspector. She married him only 3 months ago.
And then she changed her mind. She thought how nice it would be to marry you.
Inspector...
It's all right, Kathy. He's just fishing.
But that wasn't the reason Kingston was killed.
What?
Look out for him when he pitches curves.
You know the reason, Miss Cloverton.
Oh, now I'm it, huh?
Kingston found out that his famous diamond had become an imitation.
My ring?
This morning, he took it out of the wall safe. The thief, the person who had made the substitution, was in the room with him. And Kingston was shot in the back and killed.
Don't look at me, Inspector. I wasn't there.
How about you, Mrs. Kingston?
I told you.
Yes. And you, Mr. Doles?
I didn't know anything about Fenimore's death until Catherine phoned me.
Then you admit that she phoned you?
Of course, it's no secret. I was Fenimore's cousin.
And you were making sure that Catherine stayed in the family.
Now, look here, Inspector.
Excuse me, please. Yes? All right. In a few minutes. I'll call you. Now, this memo becomes very important.
May we go now?
Don't rush me, Mrs. Kingston.
But if you're going to work on another case...
I'm not. An imitation of the Kingston diamond was made. And by a strange coincidence, shortly after Fenimore Kingston was murdered, the workroom of a diamond cutter was robbed.
What's that got to do with us?
Miss Cloverton, tell me what you know about Rudolf Leibniz.
What I know? Look, I may get around,
Would
but
you like to see him?
All right, if it'll make you happy.
I'll ask him to come in.
What?
He's in a room down the hall, Mr. Doles. I had him brought here from the hospital.
From the hospital?
He wasn't dead.
You're lying.
Murphy, bring Leibniz in
No.
here.
No. No.
Never mind. Send in a stenographer. We're going to take a confession.
Hello.
Inspector McKee,
I'm sorry to be bothering you at your home, but when I returned to headquarters this evening...
What is it, Cassidy?
Well, it's about that fella Michael Dole.
He killed his cousin, Fenimore Kingston.
Well, that's what the boys told me, but
He took the diamond, had the imitation put in.
You don't say.
About 3 weeks ago.
How did he get hold of it?
That was very simple. Catherine wore the ring at a house party. Doles mentioned to Fenimore that the diamond needed cleaning and that he could take care of it for him.
Oh, so he took the stone down to Leibniz and had an imitation made.
That's right. It was so good that Fenimore didn't notice it right away. But this morning...
Yes, this morning.
It's all in the confession, Cassidy.
Then Kingston knew right away who had stolen the real diamond, didn't he now?
Yes, he did know.
Oh, Inspector, get along with you. Then why did he bother to phone that Amy Cloverson girl?
We'll never know, Cassidy. Maybe he was anxious to turn the clock back to better times.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Dead Man Control, based on a story by Helen Riley. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Ted Osborne played Inspector McKee. Alice Frost was Catherine Kingston. Elspeth Eric was Amy. Sherling Oliver was Michael Dolge. And Barry Thompson played Cassidy. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. We have a very unusual story of a will that had the power to kill. It's called Silent Witnesses by John Stephen Strange. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week. Oh, yes. The United States Merchant Marine is offering this opportunity to young men between the ages of 16 and a half and 21. If you are an American citizen and a high school graduate, you are qualified to take the test for enrollment in the Merchant Marine Cadet Corps. Graduates of the Corps are qualified for a license as deck or engineer officer in the Merchant Marine or to a commission as ensign in the Naval Reserve or in the Maritime Service. Discharged veterans of the armed services and the Merchant Marine are eligible for the test up to their 24th birthday. They are also allowed 5 additional points on the test. The test is competitive and will next be held on April 4th.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Silent Witnesses. Yes, we have that Crime Club book for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Silent Witnesses by John Stephen Strange. The very unusual story of a letter that was registered by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening, and the blizzard that had been going all day gave no sign of blowing itself out. Mary Masterman didn't care. She was home in her upstairs apartment in the quaint 2-story building in Greenwich Village. And she was comfortable. Too comfortable, as a matter of fact. Because in the midst of the mystery novel she was reading, The book dissolved on her lap. She dissolved on the sofa. And before long, she was sound asleep.
What was that?
Barney Gann talking, and I'm not going out on any more assignments today.
Barney.
What? Oh, it's you, Mary. I thought it was my city editor blowing the bugle again. Hi, Precious.
I've got to see you, Barney.
Well, what's the matter, honey?
I don't know, but I'm afraid something terrible has happened.
What?
I don't know how to explain, but I think there's been a murder.
You think?
Yes. Please hurry.
Where's the corpse, Mary?
Go upstairs?
Well, you said something about a murder, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, where is it?
Barney, are you going to be mad at me?
Now, look, Precious, I'm not going to be.
You're so sweet.
I am hopping mad. Look, what's the idea of making me drive for an hour in that blizzard all the way from the Bronx?
To Barney, I was frightened.
By whom? The mysterious traveler?
I thought I heard 2 shots.
Huh? What's that?
2 pistol shots. They seemed to come from just below.
Frank Vaughan's apartment?
Mm-hmm. But I didn't really hear them.
What?
I was dreaming. I was reading a mystery book, and I fell asleep. And then...
Bing, bang. But it was all a dream.
It must have been.
Aren't you sure?
Oh, yes. After I phoned you, I decided not to be a scary Mary, so I went down to Frank Vaughan's apartment.
And there he was. Oh, how'd you do? And how are you?
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't go in.
Of course not. Why visit a live lawyer?
I didn't even see him.
Huh?
I listened at his door, and I was satisfied. He wasn't moving around the apartment.
How do you know?
What?
How do you know it was Frank Vaughan who was moving around?
Oh, now look, Barney.
Maybe it was a murderer. Oh, Mary, you're lucky.
What do you mean?
Suppose he opened the door and seen you. What then?
Are you trying to frighten me all over again?
You scared me, didn't you? I thought you stepped down an author or something.
You idiot.
No, you idiot.
Do you still love me?
Well, as long as I'm here. Oh, baby.
Darling.
No sugar shortage here. All right. We've flirted long enough. Now.
What?
Fix me a drink. Then we'll go downstairs and tell Frank Vaughan about your dream. It ought to kill him for sure.
He must have gone out, Barney.
Yeah. He's even crazier than I am.
What are you doing?
See?
Barney.
Am I surprised? Does he always keep his door unlocked?
Well, how would I know?
I didn't say you should, Mary.
Then why did you ask? Just because Frank and I are the only tenants in this house doesn't mean...
Look out for that table.
I see it. Imagine Frank keeping that window open as though it was summer.
I better close it.
No, let's go back upstairs.
Wait a minute.
We've got no right to be here. Frank isn't home, and besides, I'm cold.
Mary, you said you heard 2 shots.
Oh, not that again. I told you I was dreaming.
You weren't.
What?
That's right, honey. Look at that wall.
A hole.
The kind a bullet makes. Where's my penknife?
What are you going to do?
Dig, baby.
But you can't.
Who says so?
Now listen, Barn. Oh.
What's the matter?
Over here by the fireplace.
Blood?
A broken cocktail glass.
Uh-huh. Well, here it is, Princess.
A bullet?
From a .25.
Well, then I wasn't dreaming. Oh, Barney, what happened here tonight?
I don't know, but I want you to do a little thinking.
All right.
Were there 2 shots or only 1?
I can't be sure.
You've got to be.
Well, it seemed like 2, but...
Yeah?
But I was fast asleep, Barney, and if there were 2, where's the other bullet? And where's... Oh!
Get off cutting edge, Mary. It's only the telephone. Yes?
Mr. Vaughn?
Uh-huh.
This is Mr. Masson, Thomas Masson.
Yes?
I expected to hear from you today about that offer I made.
Oh, did you?
Now, see here, Mr. Vaughn, I think I've been very generous. You know my stepsister Hilda hasn't got a case against me. She can't possibly break Aunt Helen's last will and testament. It's bona fide.
Then why bother to make offers?
As I told you the other day, I don't want the unpleasantness of a trial in court. And I'm not going to give Hilda the satisfaction of a cash settlement out of court. I'd rather do business with you, privately.
Yes.
Now, think it over. And you don't earn $100,000 every day. Goodbye.
Ouch. Did you hear that, Mary?
I don't believe it, Barney.
You mean the 100,000?
I don't believe Frank Vaughn would sell out a client.
He hasn't done it yet, Precious.
He wouldn't even think of it.
Such neighborly faith.
Oh, Barney.
All right. Let's go.
By all means.
We're going uptown to Ted Lassiter's nightclub.
Well, what's there?
Hilda. And when she opens her mouth, some call what comes out singing. I call it, after you, sweetheart. You see Hilda around?
No, but I see Ted Lassiter.
Where?
That corner table.
Oh, yeah. Oh, much. Doesn't look very gay, does he?
Maybe you know what's wrong with him.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Keep your eyebrows on. I'll show you.
Ooh, tingling with excitement.
Shh. I want to surprise him. You want to roll for the club, Ted?
Huh? Who said that?
Hiya, pal.
Well, what's the idea, Barney?
Just trying you out, that's all.
Well, don't do that again. You newspaper guys. Anything for a laugh, huh?
Anything.
What's he got on you, Ted?
Nothing. Who's been telling you things, Barney?
Rumor has it, chum, and when rumor has it in this town, it's practically Winslow.
Yeah. You're a nice kid, Barney.
Thanks.
So don't believe everything you hear.
I'll make a note of that.
And don't talk about what you don't believe.
Sure.
Would one of you mind telling me?
Well, you heard what he just said, Mary. It's a lie.
What's a lie?
The blizzard we left outside. Where's Hilda, Ted?
She's in my office.
Mind if I go in there?
Yeah, she's on the phone.
Oh, that's all right. I won't listen.
That's what I said, Barney. She's talking to her lawyer.
Frank Vaughn?
What kind of drinks you want, kids? On the house.
But Barney, if she's talking to Frank...
Yeah. Scotch and soda, Ted.
I'll get a waiter. How about you, Mary?
Oh, I feel wonderful. How are you?
Well, Barney, is she okay?
Perfect.
Then, what is she
You don't understand, Ted. We had a terrible scare about Frank. You see, I was home alone, and around 7 o'clock I thought I heard 2 shots in Frank's apartment.
You, what?
But it wasn't 2 shots. It was only 1 shot. Because after Barney came over, we went downstairs and investigated.
Where was Frank?
What? Oh, Hilda.
Was he there?
No, but what's the difference? He's home now.
Is he?
You just spoke to him, didn't you?
No, Mary. Those 2 shots Mary heard.
Only 1.
He had that letter Aunt Helen sent me just before she died. He took it home with him tonight. He was going to have a handwriting expert check it.
Maybe he didn't take it after all.
I told you I saw him put it into his briefcase. I was with him in his office up to 5:30, and I left the building with him.
Okay, so the handwriting expert checked it and Frank went out someplace. Now, what's there to worry about?
He didn't phone me, and he said he would. Tom would do anything to get that letter. He'd kidnap or murder.
What was in it, Hilda?
$3 million worth of evidence, Barney. My whole case against Tom.
How about some particulars?
Sure, why not? About a week before Aunt Helen died, that slimy stepbrother of mine got her to sign a paper.
A will?
Yes. She was having one of her bad days, and she didn't know what she was doing. But a couple of days later, she remembered something. The butler and the cook had been present when Tom gave her that paper to sign.
Witnesses?
That's right. And she couldn't understand why. Tom wouldn't tell her, and the servants didn't know. But she was worried. So she wrote that letter telling what happened and got the doctor to mail it to me.
Well, why didn't she give it to you?
I was in Europe. I didn't even know she was dying. By the time I got back to New York,
Come on, now, take it easy, baby.
The will was filed, and all I got was $1. $1! And Tom walked off with the millions. And now he's going to keep them. He's got that letter.
You don't know, Hilda.
He's got it, Ted. Not... So long, kiddies.
Where are you going?
Guess.
Your stepbrother?
Of course, it's the logical move.
I'm going with you.
Thanks, Ted, but I can frighten him all by myself.
Just a minute, Hilda.
What is it, Barney?
Your aunt owned a mansion on West 84th Street, didn't she?
Yes. She died there.
Anybody using it now?
Nobody. It's boarded up. Why?
No reason. I was just thinking about the housing shortage. Let's go, Mary. And give my best to your stepbrother, Hilda. And don't shoot without counting the steps to the death house.
You're You're absolutely crazy, Barney.
Oh, Mary, you say the nicest things.
You'd have to be to believe that Frank's hiding out in that house.
I didn't say I believe it, did I?
Then why are we going there?
To do a routine check. Look, Precious, there's something rotten in this state of Masson versus Masson, and it might be Frank Vaughn.
You're crazy.
Okay by me, but where's Frank?
I don't know. He might be dead.
He might be. Who killed him?
Tom Masson?
Just like that, huh?
Well, he had to get that letter, Barney, or lose $3 million.
There was only one shot, Precious, and we found the bullet in the wall.
I'm not so sure about that now.
Huh?
The more I think of it, the more Of course, I was asleep. But, darling, even so, would I hear 2 shots if there'd only been one?
Well,
And that broken cocktail glass and the missing bullet, what do they mean? Those silent witnesses that something dreadful might have happened. Oh, Barney, I don't feel good about it.
That's why we got to keep looking for Frank Vaughn.
All right, but why in that house?
Because it's boarded up and out of circulation. If Tom Masson killed Frank, it'd be an ideal place to park the body. But if he didn't...
Yes. He'd want people to think that Frank had disappeared.
But if he didn't, Mary...
Step on the gas, Barney. We've got to hurry.
I hope you're not disappointed.
What was that?
Hallelujah. And on a night like this... Reach into that glove compartment, Mary, and hand me my flashlight, please.
A blowout?
In more ways than one.
Oh.
Well...
By the way, Barney...
Yes, my adorable one.
Why didn't you tell Hilda about that phone call Tom made?
Is that all you got to offer, Precious?
I just happened to think of it.
Well, if it'll keep you comfortable, darling, it was because she already had murder in her heart, and I didn't want to put it in her hands. Come on, honey.
Here's something we didn't think of, Barney. How do we get into a house that's boarded up?
That's easy. Show me a keyhole, and I'll show you a way to get in. And there it is, the front door. No boards.
I still don't see how you're going to do it.
Live and learn, honey. And there's so much to do with both. Watch now. I take this pass key, pass it into the keyhole, give a turn like this, and presto.
Oh, full of tricks, aren't you? You can get into a lot of trouble doing such things.
Not such things, honey. Come on. Let's get out of the store. Oh, hand me my flashlight. Thanks.
Nice and warm in here.
Yeah. Almost as though it were being lived in.
That does smell like coal heat, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Let's look around. That room over there first. That should be the living room.
I'm beginning not to like this very much, Barney.
Oh, you'll get over it. Just as soon as we... Ah, it is the living room. Mm-hmm. So this is how the 10% live.
When they're living.
Okay. Let's try the rest of the house.
Barney!
Hey!
We've been locked in!
Let us out. We know you're here, Frank Vaughn. You'll never get away with this, you know.
Don't wear yourself out, Barney.
Yeah, but we're trapped. Don't you care?
You still have the pass key.
Huh? Oh, sure. I was just about to think of it myself. That precious little pass key.
Well, Barney, open it.
I can't.
Don't be silly. You opened the outside door.
Yes, honey, but it's not working on this one.
Well, now what do we do? The window's boarded up and that door... Couldn't you break it down?
That hunk of timber? Oh, I'm good, Precious, but not that good. Yeah, Frank Vaughan's a nice guy. He wouldn't sell out a client. Huh, not much.
That could have been Tom Masson out there, Barney.
Sure. He was just waiting for us to get here.
Barney.
What is this between you and Frank Vaughn?
Barney, don't you smell something?
You bet I do. I smell a rat, and I...
Nothing like coal gas?
Yeah.
Well, where's it coming from?
I'll let you know in a minute. That hot air vent.
Somebody's trying to kill us.
You're not kidding. And whoever's fooling around with that furnace isn't kidding either.
Good night, Joseph. Good night, Mr. Madison, sir.
Well, turn a corner and look what you meet.
Hilda.
Hello, Tom.
What are you doing here?
Cute, aren't you? Let's go to your apartment.
I have nothing to say to you.
Really?
Now, look here, Hilda.
After you, Tom.
All right. But if you think you're going to bully me the way
Step along, little man, or this gun will have something to say to you. I'm still after you.
Very well.
You're so rich now, you can afford to go out and leave the lights on.
Not your money, Hilda.
Where's the letter?
Letter?
The one Aunt Helen wrote me. I sent you a photostatic copy. So don't pretend to look as innocent as you look.
Oh, you want that copy now?
I want the original.
No.
Frank Vaughn had it and you took it.
This is too good to be true. So you've lost your case.
The letter, Tom.
I haven't got it.
Don't lie to me. Somehow you found out that Frank was going to take it home and have it checked.
Did I?
You murdered him and stole that letter.
Really, you're slightly out of your mind.
I'm going to kill you, Tom.
Now, look here, Hilda. Frank Vaughn was your lawyer. I had nothing to do with him except through my lawyer. I never even spoke to the man.
I want that letter, Tom.
You don't believe me. Well, how can I convince you?
Don't even try.
You'd be a fool to shoot me, Hilda. Everyone knows how much you hate me.
Nobody knows how much I really hate you.
Even if you manage to get out of this building, you'll be arrested sooner or later. Neither of us will have the money. Hilda, listen to me.
What for?
I'll make a deal with you. Give you $100,000.
Of my money?
Aunt Helen left it to me. It's in her will.
Who do you think you're kidding?
I don't care about that letter. You can't prove that Aunt Helen wrote it.
No? Is that why you killed Frank Vaughn?
I didn't. Didn't even know he was dead.
Oh, a snake can take lessons from you.
I'll give you $250,000.
All I want's the letter.
But I told you.
And I told you I don't believe it. Well?
All right.
Where is it?
I'll get it for you. Let's have a drink first.
What for?
To celebrate your victory. Won't take a minute. What would you like?
Nothing. From you.
Oh, come now, Hilda. How about some brandy and something? Now, you give me that gun.
I'll give it to you.
It was very foolish, Hilda. What will the neighbors think?
Oh, my wrist.
That's better. Now, Hilda, you want to know about a letter? I haven't got it. And I'm awfully sorry I had to ruin that beautifully made-up face of yours.
Just another minute, Mary. I'll have the boards off the window.
Well, hurry, Barney. Get coal gas.
No, there's some air coming in the window. It's a good thing you thought of that. Fireplace, great. How about a weapon? There. We're through.
Oh.
Come on, now, let's get out of here.
Oh, you don't ask me twice. Oh, did you ever see such a lovely blizzard?
Up to it, kid. We got a lot of work to do.
Oh, no. No, don't tell me we're going back into that house the front way.
Not this team. There won't be anybody here to go back for.
What do you mean?
Whoever tried to kill us is far, far away by now.
You didn't say it was Frank Vaughn, Barney.
No? I must be slipping.
You wouldn't be changing your mind about him, would you?
Oh, look, honey, right now I'm too tired to change anything.
What's the matter?
Let's get back to Frank's apartment and see if he's taken anything for a change.
His toothbrush is here.
Yeah, and the shaving things. Mary, there's something funny here.
Is there?
Yeah, the brush is still damp.
So?
And the razor. There's soap on it. Hand me that towel, will you, please?
All right, but what's the rumpus about?
It's dry. It's a fresh towel, too.
Barney, would you mind telling me?
I was just wondering, Mary. Frank was a pretty neat guy.
Was?
He wouldn't leave dirty stuff lying around. None of it wasn't his habit.
Barney, if you're saying that Frank was murdered...
I'm only thinking, precious. Let's go into the living room. Frank was expecting somebody tonight. Well, why bother shaving?
Well, Hilda told us, the handwriting expert.
Uh-huh. But would I shave for a handwriting expert? No. I would shave if I were expecting a beautiful woman.
Hilda?
Why not? How do we know that she was really trying to get Frank Vaughn on the phone?
We don't.
Might have been an act to impress Ted Lassiter, just in case she might need an alibi.
But I don't get it. Why should she kill her own lawyer?
I didn't say she did, Mary, but suppose she found out that there was going to be a deal. that she was going to lose that letter.
I don't believe it. I don't believe Frank Ford.
Yeah, I know. He wouldn't sell out a client. But there's a possibility that he was going to. And Hilda came here and killed him out of sheer venom and took back her letter.
And then what did she do with his body? Make a hocus-pocus until it evaporated?
Yeah, well, that's what I don't understand. Is Frank Vaughn alive and somewhere, or is he dead and... Mary.
I'm listening.
A little while ago, you said something about silent witnesses.
Yes. The broken cocktail glass and the bullet in the wall and the missing second bullet.
How about that open window?
Well, what about it?
This is a ground floor apartment, and that window faces the backyard. It's possible, Mary. It's just possible.
What are you doing?
Climbing out. Turn on all the lamps, will you, honey? I want plenty of light.
But Barney!
Mary, the lamp.
Oh, right, but I know you're crazy. I just know it. I'll never believe what you're thinking. We couldn't have been running all over town while he was... Barney? Barney!
Stay away from the window, Mary. Yeah. Buried in the snow. In his own backyard.
But, Barney, of all the places to leave it...
Maybe that...
In snow.
Well, maybe that's all the killer needed.
But in a couple of weeks...
Somebody had to make it look as though Frank had disappeared. Somebody who had a lot to do with a little time.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Thomas Mason.
Yes?
This is Frank Vaughn.
What?
I decided to make that deal with you. Come down to my apartment and bring that...
But, Mr. Vaughn,
You still want that letter, don't you?
Well, certainly, but I...
All right, then. Bring the money. $100,000. That was the price, wasn't it?
Well...
Have you changed your mind?
I don't know what to say. But if you wish to talk to me, I'll pay you a visit. I'll be there in an hour.
Thank you. Goodbye. That's that. He's a pretty cagey guy. He knows something.
Is he coming?
So he said. We'll see. If he doesn't show up, then we'll know he knows we know. Or somebody knows. Now for suspect number 2. And such a cute little suspect.
Hello. Ted Lassiter talking.
Good evening, Mr. Lassiter. May I speak with Hilda Mason, please?
Okay. Who's calling?
Her attorney, Frank Vaughn.
Who?
Frank Vaughn. I promised to call Miss Mason about a certain report, but I was detained. Will you put her on, please?
Well, certainly, but she's doing a song number now. You want me to give her a message?
If you don't mind. Tell her to come to my apartment. It's very important.
I'll do that.
Thank you. Goodbye.
How lovely. Now all we've got to do is wait. And worry.
You stay here in the kitchen, Mary.
But why, Barney? You said the killer wouldn't come.
I've been fooled before, and I don't want you... Will you do as I say, please? I can't keep our visitor waiting.
All right, but you're cheating.
You're right with you. Sorry to have kept you...
Hello, Barney.
Ted.
You thought you fooled me, didn't you? You ought to take lessons in voice disguise.
Ted Lassiter.
Back away from that door, pal.
Sure, but you don't have to point that gun right at me. I can have just as much respect for it if it were looking somewhere else.
Yeah? Where's the girl?
Mary? She's upstairs in her apartment.
You don't say.
She was very tired, and tomorrow is just another working day, you know.
You don't mind if I look around, do you?
How can I mind? But she would be in that kitchen. She got a kitchen of her own upstairs, and it's very, very cute.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go up there and see it sometime. Okay, I'll search the rest of the apartment when I get through with you. Well, sit down, Barney.
Do I have to?
Well, I want you to be comfortable. You're a pal. You tip me off to things before the cops find out.
How do you know the cops didn't find out?
Where are they, Barney?
Oh, well...
They'd be all over the place if they knew, and they aren't. They're not even hiding.
All right, Ted. You're going to kill me.
You were a nice guy, Barney.
Wait. Every dying man is allowed one last request. Will you tell me...
Why did I kill Frank Vaughn?
No, I just figured that out for myself.
Yeah? Well, that's good.
You dropped $50,000 in a dice game. The boys gave you 30 days to pay up, but they wanted collateral.
You got a nose for news, Barney. It's too bad it's going to be cold.
So you put up your nightclub. And then tonight, Hilda told you that Frank had taken that letter home to have it checked.
You're not wrong.
And that letter was worth a lot of blackmail money.
So I took it. Is that all, pal?
One last request. Did you collect on it?
Not yet.
Who are you going to talk to about it? Hilda or Tom Masson?
Tom. He's got the dough. Why bother with outsiders?
Then Hilda and Tom didn't know that you got it.
No. But Tom's going to find out tomorrow.
Oh, well. By the way, Ted, how'd you get that key to that house on 84th Street?
I borrowed it from Hilda's dressing room. Well, any more questions?
Yeah. Just one more. Nice work, Mary. You knocked him cold.
Oh, catch me, Barney. I'm going to faint.
Oh, hey, you can't do that, honey.
I never hit a man with a bottle full of soda before.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better time, Precious. Oh, you wonderful microbe. Where were you when Ted looked in the kitchen?
I was under the table.
What?
And Barney, that's where I want to be from now on.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Silent Witnesses, based on a story by John Stephen Strange. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Chet Stratton played Barney Gant. Sharita Bauer was Mary Masterman. Arthur Vinton was Ted Lassiter. Julie Stevens was Hilda Masson. And Ted Osborne played Tom Masson. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of a ghost that haunted like murder. It's called The Sun is a Witness by Aaron Mark Stein. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. Do you know any young American who doesn't like to play ball and take hikes in the woods with a gang? Sure, they all like it. But what about the youngster in his wheelchair? He'd like it most of all. But it's not for him. He needs special teachers, medical care, and a camp planned for disabled kids, if he's to have his chance to grow into a useful citizen. You can give him this chance through Easter seals sent to you by your neighbors during the month before Easter. It's new life and hope for disabled children. Don't forget them. Don't neglect them. Buy and use Easter seals.
This program came from New York.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The Sun is a Witness. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Sun is a Witness by Aaron Mark Stein. A very unusual story of a design for killing that couldn't succeed without murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was Tim Mulligan's job as an archaeologist to find out about dead civilizations. And he was finding out about the Anasazi, the Indian cliff dwellers who inhabited the Great Canyon walls of the Southwest many centuries ago. It was late morning, June 22nd, the second day of summer, and Tim Mulligan was digging carefully in one of the caves high above the canyon floor when George Dillon, the owner of the property, and Tim's benefactor, climbed slowly up from the camp cave 30 feet below. He stopped to catch his breath.
George! What are you doing up here?
I wanted to see how you're getting along, Jim.
You shouldn't have done it. You're hard. Where's Tony Blake?
Well, he's around somewhere. You're not going to snitch on me, are you, boy?
You're his responsibility, Pop. He's your doctor.
Yes, but he didn't join the outfit so he can take care of me.
What do you mean?
He wants me to take care of him.
Oh, that.
Yeah. And maybe I will, after he and my niece Marion get married. But right now, it's Indian history that's got all my attention.
Oh, yeah. Well, I dug up a grave, George.
And it's Ozzy?
I think so. I haven't unwrapped the mummy yet.
Good. We can do that together. Come on, let's go. What's that?
The wind.
No, Tim. No wind ever made a sound like that. Sounds human. It is human. And it's coming from...
George, take it easy.
There's a cave.
There's no one in there.
The open grave. The Anasazi mummy. Tim.
This has got to be a trick.
Tim.
George.
My heart.
Where's the digitalis?
It's all right. I just lost my breath. I'll be all right.
Are you sure?
Yes. Help me down to the camp cave.
You bet. Let me call for Tony first. I feel a lot better with him around. Tony Blake. I guess he's out of range. Let's go. How is he, Tony?
He just fell asleep. Let's get away from this cave opening. I don't want him disturbed.
Okay.
What about that ghost, Tim?
Somebody's trying to kill your patient, Doctor. Do you think he can be scared to death?
With his heart, anything can happen.
That's what I mean. Where's Marion?
Are you kidding?
Not this trip. You, Marion, and I are the only ones here with George. The others...
Well, that's where she went, to the others at the ranch house.
When?
This morning, while you were digging for your ghost. She was worried about her brother.
Oh, of course. It's been 4 days since Fraser went back to the house with Matt Casey to get provisions. I didn't realize...
Now, look, Tim, I got to talk to you about something.
Yeah?
Give up this crazy project.
Give it up?
It's not doing George any good. His heart can't take it.
I'm not his doctor, Tony.
And I am. So, what, he won't listen to me. As long as you're on the job, he wants to be with you. Don't you understand?
Yes, I think I do.
He has a fibrillator heart in a very bad shape, and the slightest stimulation...
You're not worried about that, Tony, are you?
What?
You've got an axe of your own to grind, and it's beginning to look like a battle axe.
Don't get dirty, Mulligan.
I'll try not to. You can't cut me out, so you're trying to move me out. Anything to get George's mind off Indians and onto your sanitarium project.
It's a darn sight more useful than digging for dried-up bones.
That depends on how much of a scientist you are.
I told you not to get dirty, Mulligan.
Stop waving those fists. You're liable to hit yourself in the face.
Tim! Tony!
George!
Come in here, both of you.
I thought you were sleeping.
I heard every word you two said out there. When do you think I'm going to die, Tony?
If you continue to stay here, George...
I'm going to stay here until Timothy finishes what he's doing.
And there's no telling. There's nothing I can do about it.
Are you quitting?
No, I'll be around if you need me.
You shouldn't have been so rough with him, Pop.
Tim.
You know what, George?
Tim, do you really think somebody's trying to scare me to death?
It's possible.
That fellow?
I don't know. I'd rather not believe your own doctor's out to kill you.
He's the only one here with us, Tim. And if that sound we heard was not a ghost, but a rattlesnake.
Where?
In here someplace.
Now stay where you are, George, and don't get excited. I'll look for it.
Wait.
Try not to get excited, George, and don't get off that cot.
You'll never find it, Tim.
It's in this cave, I will.
It isn't.
What?
It's in this wall next to me. Solid rock. And we can hear the rattle.
Oh, wait a minute, George.
I don't want to believe in ghosts, but nobody can make that sound come out of solid rock.
Oh, wait. All right, Pop, it's gone. We can relax. Yeah, Tony's right. This is a bad place for you.
I'm not afraid, Timothy.
But I am. I'd like to get you back to the ranch house where you might get an even break.
I'm not running away.
Good for you. I'm taking you away. Now sit tight. I'll get Tony and we'll load the stuff into the car.
Tim, does that mean you're giving up your work here?
No, indeed, Pop. It means I'm going into another business. Ghost hunting.
Well, George, as soon as we get to the ranch house, you start taking things easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind, Tony. Say, Tim.
Yeah?
How soon do you expect to go back to the camp?
Right after we get you set.
Good. I'll get Matt Casey to go back with you. He knows every inch of that canyon. And if someone's out there playing ghost, or was...
Don't be surprised if it was one of the Indians from the reservation.
Is that your theory, Tony?
They're very superstitious about their dead being dug up, Tim. Especially if they're going to be used as museum pieces.
That's enough of that. Slow down. There's the ranch house.
Oh, say, there's Fraser walking away from his car. Honk the horn, Tony.
Well, look who's here. He must have come up just behind me. Is the expedition over?
Temporarily.
Give us a hand with the luggage, Fraser.
For you, Uncle George, anything. Where's the rest of the party?
What do you mean?
Matt Casey and Marion, of course. Are you trying to kid me?
Well, aren't they here?
No. Some joke, huh?
Fraser, Marion left this camp this morning. She was coming to see how you and Matt were getting along.
Matt and I? But Matt went back to camp 2 days ago. He took a truckload of provisions.
Are you sure?
Now, look, Tim, I was here when he left.
You smell as though you might be foggy about things.
I've had a few drinks, but I know what I'm talking about. I pick up the stuff in town, and Matt took it from here.
Why didn't you come back with him, Fraser?
I took a liking to civilization, Uncle George. So after Matt bounced off, I bounced back to town where the civilization is beautiful and lively. I got back a few minutes ago.
You were there for 2 whole days?
I couldn't help it. The attraction was magnetic.
Can it be proved, Fraser?
Don't be a comedian, Tim. What's mine is mine.
What about Marion?
I don't know, Tony. Sis might have been here. Say, maybe she hit for town.
For some lively civilization?
What does that mean, Mulligan?
Nothing personal, Dr. Blake. Why don't you take care of your patient while I go back to the camp to find out if the spirit is still functioning?
Hello? Hello? Anybody here? What? Oh, Tim.
Hello, Mary.
Where is everybody? Why didn't you answer me?
One question at a time, please.
I've been running around in circles all day. First the ranch house, nobody there. Then back to this.
I'm a little winded. Just give me time.
Where is everybody?
Everybody but Matt Casey is at the ranch house.
Why?
They gave up the ghost.
Huh?
What are you doing up here on top of the canyon wall?
Oh, this is going to be a national park someday.
Uh-huh.
Monument to Indian culture. Don't you feel proud of what Uncle George is going to do?
I didn't see your car below, Marion.
Always stick to the subject. You can't lose that way. My car isn't parked in the canyon. I came up the back way for a change.
Mm-hmm. Bet you had a very good reason, too.
Perfect. I got tired of the canyon road.
Of course.
Matt Casey must have had the same feeling about it.
What?
Well, look down there where my car is parked. His truck's there, too.
So?
Yes, and it's loaded to the hilt with provisions. I call that being very ruthless.
Yeah.
All that good food left down there to spoil. And I'm starving.
Well, at least you've got a doctor who can feed you vitamins.
Funny man.
Unless you're a ghost and you don't need vitamins.
What does that mean?
Haunt me and find out.
Are you crazy?
Try it. Say, ahai, ahai. Come on. Say it in a very deep voice.
You are crazy.
As deep as you can make it. Ahai, ahai.
I've always wondered about you archaeologists. Excuse me, I have a date with a...
Now, wait a minute.
Now, listen, you...
Look.
What?
Hang under that rock.
Well, I don't... You must be seeing things.
Yes, everything. And it's only the tail of a rattlesnake.
Why, how wonderful. Another item to your collection?
Would you mind if I picked it up?
I wouldn't mind if you wore it on your nose.
Thanks. I didn't know you cared. See? It still rattles.
Yeah, I know something else that rattles. What was that?
The ghost. I shook this rattle close to the rock and... Yes, all I've got to do is get this rock out of the way like this. Now,
What's happening there?
Perfect chimney right through the canyon wall. Would you like to make a voice test, Marion?
Me? No, thank you. I don't like to hear myself talk.
Not even in the interest of science?
Goodbye, Tim. I'm going home.
Oh, wait. I'm going with you. There's so much I'd like to tell your uncle about a hole in the ground.
Frazier. Uncle George, say, you had quite an experience up at the camp. Tony was just telling me about the ghost.
Yes, and it's occurred to me with Matt Casey missing.
Oh, he wouldn't try to kill me, Dr. Blake.
I didn't say that he would, George.
He's been working for me for 27 years. We're old friends. Frazier, I want you to organize a searching party for Matt.
All right, but if you ask me, he's going on a bender.
I don't think so.
He's done it before. Why, there were times when he'd bust out for a whole week.
He never did it when he had a special job to do. He knew we were waiting for those provisions at the camp.
Yes, that's right, Frazier.
Yes. And he knew that I was waiting for something else that was much more important to me.
Something else?
Yes. Well, you might as well know about it now, Frazier. You too, Tony. I sent Matt Casey back here to type up a new will.
Oh?
Yep, I've decided to give all this property to the government for a national park.
Well, that's nothing new, if that's all you've decided.
That's all, Frazier. The rest of my property and all my cash go to you and Marion.
Uncle George.
Yeah?
Nothing. You're just a swell guy. I'd better go out and organize that searching party.
Yeah. And as for you, Tony?
No sanitarium, huh?
Yeah, that's up to Marion. If she wants to set one up for you after I'm dead, she can do it. With my blessing.
Marion? Still puzzles me.
Oh, please, Tim. I'm tired of you being puzzled.
Why did Matt Casey use this road instead of the canyon road?
Why is an archaeologist?
Would he have any reason for wanting to be heard but not seen?
Oh, dear.
Would you have any reason?
Excuse me. It's the company I keep.
All right, Marion, you don't have to talk to me. I don't wear a badge.
You don't know how pretty that makes you look.
I think I do. By the way, why don't you and Tony get married?
There's no hurry.
He's broke, isn't he?
And
a big sanitarium with his name all over it could solve an ugly problem.
Uncle George is Tony's patient.
By design.
What do you mean by that?
You brought Tony out here.
Well, suppose I did. That doesn't mean... Now, look here, Mr. Mulligan. I don't like your insinuations.
So there's one thing about the great Southwest that always fascinates me.
Don't change the subject.
Buzzards.
What?
Over there on that pile of rocks.
Well, you're not stopping, are you?
Of course. Where there are buzzards, there's death. And where there's death, I'm an archaeologist, remember?
Don't be ridiculous. I want to get back to the ranch house.
You will. I'll just take the ignition key out to make sure you don't do it without me. Would you like to join this expedition?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. You don't know how cultural those things can... Marion.
What is it, a pioneer?
There's a body under those rocks. A human body.
What? Timothy Mulligan, if you're kidding
Just a
me...
hand showing. Part of an arm.
Good heavens.
Looks like a man's.
He must have been caught in a rock fall. Well, let's dig him out. He might still be alive.
No, not with rigor mortis, Marion.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. His fingers. All right, Marion, we'd better start digging. It's going to take a little time. This One last rock. Now, come on. Heave. Don't relax. Keep going. Come on.
What was that?
We'll look later. Let's get this rock off first.
Sit down, Tim.
Yeah. Maybe you'd better go back to the car.
All right. What'd you pick up?
This roll of film. Must have been spread out under part of that rock.
What?
Maybe when the pile hit him, it bounced out of his pocket.
Oh, you.
And when we moved that rock, it snapped back on the roll.
You would think that important, wouldn't you? What's a dead body to you?
I'm sorry, Marion, but there's nothing we can do for Matt Casey except turn him over face up. Yeah.
No.
There are things I don't understand about this. Matt being here, and his truck 2 miles up the road, and an old hand like Matt being caught in a rock fall. What was he doing in this cave? Marion, don't look. Marion, for Pete's sake, get a grip on yourself. Here, let me take you back to the car.
Lord, you leave me
Now,
alone.
please, listen to me.
I've known him practically all my life. He was my uncle's oldest friend.
Then listen to me and try to understand what I'm saying.
How are we going to tell Uncle George about this? How can...
Marion. It was no accident. Matt was not killed by a rock fall.
Oh, what? What'd you say?
He was murdered.
Tim, I've had enough of you
Now
and your...
listen. Matt was clubbed to death and brought here.
I don't want to hear any more.
Then look. He was lying in the sand, face down. His face was covered with blood. Dried blood. But the sand is clean. You see what I mean?
Please, take me back to the ranch house. I'm afraid I'm going to be very sick.
That you, Fraser?
No, George. It's Marion and Tim.
Marion, darling, where have you been?
Not now, Tony. We've got to talk to Uncle George.
What's the matter?
I thought it might be Fraser. He went out to organize a searching party for Matt Casey.
Oh. Well,
What is it, Marion?
Tim, maybe you better do the talking. I don't feel up to it.
What's wrong? Where's Matt?
I'll tell you, George, but I want you to sit down. Take it easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Where's Matt?
I say nothing until you sit down.
He's dead, isn't he? Oh, my Lord. Matt.
Tony, it's all right, Tim. I'll know what to do.
Where'd you find him?
Under a rock fall on the county road.
Matt? Under a rock fall? Did you bring him back with you?
No.
We left him there. We'll have to notify the sheriff.
Sheriff?
He was murdered, Uncle George. All the evidence is there. We didn't want to disturb a thing.
Murdered? Matt,
George, get the glass.
What is it?
In a bottle in the dresser in George's room, quick. Marion, get me a glass of water and a spoon. George. George, it's going to be all right. It'll be all right. Can you hear, George? Tim, Marion.
Here, Tony. Anything I can do?
Yes, get Marion to hurry with that water.
Marion!
The cupboard door was stuck. I couldn't get
Here,
it.
give me that spoon. This is the worst attack I've ever seen have. Now, if I could get him to swallow this stuff.
Oh, he's spitting it out.
What's the squeak? You've got to get it down. Marion, hold his head back.
I can't.
Hold it back, I tell you. Now, Tim, I want you to force his jaws apart and keep his mouth open. I've got to get this stuff down. There's no time to lose. All right. That's done. Now, I'll make sure. The water will push it down. There. Now, let him relax. Here, Tim, take this bottle. I'm going to check his pulse.
Oh, something's wrong. But the digitalis isn't working.
Get out of here, Tim.
He never acted like that after taking the medicine. George. Uncle George, please.
It's all over, Marion. He's dead.
I didn't think, Tony. I just spoke without thinking.
Marion, there's no use blaming yourself anymore. It was bound to happen sooner or later.
I didn't have to throw it at him. I didn't have to yell murder. Uncle George is dead.
What?
He had a heart attack. And it was my fault.
Oh, no. Dead.
Tim and I found Matt Casey's body under a rock fall off the county road. It looked like murder, and I, like a fool, like a stupid, hysterical fool, I couldn't keep it to myself.
I wasn't going to tell him. I was going to let you, Tony, break it to him easy.
What do you mean?
Well, we found Matt's body. It was wrapped up in a blanket. I guess Tim must have done that to keep the buzzards off.
But did you tell the sheriff?
No, a couple of the men took the body to the mortician in town. We thought... Tony, how quick did he go? Uncle George?
Too quick, Fraser. Even the digitalis couldn't help him.
It couldn't help
Nothing
him.
could, Fraser, when it's not used.
Oh, what do you mean,
Here's the
Tim?
bottle with the digitalis label on it. I want you to taste its contents, Dr. Blake.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying. Go ahead, taste it.
I put that label on there myself.
I'm sure you did. And I'm sure you meant to do the right thing. Well, what's it taste like?
Quinidine sulfate.
Yes, that's what I thought. A powerful heart stimulant. When that gets into a fibrillator heart, it becomes a killer.
Tim!
I'm afraid so, Marion.
No, Uncle George was not murdered. I'll never believe it.
That bottle proves it, whether you believe it or not. How about it, Tony?
I don't understand.
Did you have quinidine sulfate in your collection of bottles?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that I... Now, look here, Tim. I'm the only doctor for miles around. I keep a lot of medicines for emergency purposes.
Of course.
Can't you two fight this out some other time and some other place?
Now, wait a minute, Fraser.
I don't want any more talk. Not right now, anyway.
Okay. I'll say no more. Until the sheriff gets here.
I'll send for him myself.
Good.
Later. I think Marion and I should have some time to ourselves, don't you? Before Uncle George becomes Exhibit A.
Well, that's your privilege. Well, if anyone should want me, I'll be in my room, wondering about things. Oh, hello, Marion.
You've been in here so long, I thought you'd died.
No such luck.
What are you doing?
I'm developing.
What?
Not my muscles, honey.
Not your personality either.
Touche. Did Fraser send for the sheriff?
I don't know. He's been hibernating in the study all afternoon. Now, look, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to believe a lot of things you've said about murder.
That's so kind of you.
But is it going to do anybody any good to make a fuss about it?
Won't do the killer any good.
Be reasonable. Fraser and I are very rich now. And I'm very much in love with Tony.
I'm a stubborn cuss, Marion, when I'm right. And you haven't got enough money to make me think wrong.
How much do you want?
Nothing. Excuse me, Marion. I want to switch on the lights.
Suppose I were to kill you.
Huh? Oh, in that case, I'd be dead.
No one would ever know. Fraser and Tony wouldn't tell. Think about it, Tim.
This is the stuff. Here, Marion.
You'd disappear. It can be done, Timothy. There's a lot of open land out here. Places people don't go to.
Think of the place you'd go to, Marion. Here. I want to show you something.
Tim.
Now, listen, Marion. I've got a lot of friends in New York, and they know where I am. And if they don't hear from me, they're going to wonder and ask a lot of questions. So put down that gun and come over here.
I'm not interested in a strip of film.
But you should be. This is the film we found next to Matt's body. And it tells an amazing story.
What?
Yeah. Do you see those 4 dark streaks on the negative?
Well, what about them?
Now, they all start at one point and then spread like a fan. The first one is short. Second one's a little longer. The third one is the longest. And the fourth one is shorter.
So, what does it prove?
It proves, Marion, that the sun is a witness. And right here on this negative, it's pointing 4 fingers at a murderer.
What?
Now, stop that gun.
Oh, no.
Yeah. A twist of the wrist, and we're equals again. Shall we go now? I'd like to see the other members of your family, present and future.
You'll never convince me, Mulligan, that 4 streaks on a negative mean murder.
How about letting me try, Tony?
You also said, Tim, that you know who killed Matt Casey.
Oh, I did say that, didn't I, Fraser?
Yes.
I'll go a step further. The person who killed Matt also killed George.
I've had enough of this. I want you to get out of here, Tim.
In time. But whether you listen to me or not doesn't matter. I know you'll listen to the sheriff.
All right, Tim. Prove your sunstreak theory.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Marion and I found this film next to Matt's body. He was lying at the entrance to a cave.
and the rocks were piled high.
So?
No sun or light flooded that cave. The film wasn't ruined, but somehow one ray of sun got through between the rocks and left these marks on the film.
But where's the murderer, Tim?
In this room, Fraser. Today is the 22nd of June. Yesterday was the first day of summer, the longest day of the year. You see now what these streaks mean?
That's still a lot of nonsense.
The
to
day
me.
before yesterday was shorter, and the day before that still shorter. The position of the sun changes every day. As the days get longer, the sun rises higher. Anybody want to question that fact?
Oh, I see what you mean, Tim. According to that evidence, Matt was killed 4 days ago.
Yes, Tony. He didn't return to camp 2 days ago, as Fraser told us.
Fraser.
Oh, what's the use? It's going to be found out sooner or later. Nobody believed Tony would deliberately give Uncle George the wrong medicine.
Fraser.
I didn't plan it that way when I started. I was going to frighten him to death, but it didn't work, so I came back here and switched labels on the bottles. The medicines looked alike, the same color. I would have done anything then to get Uncle George out of the way.
Why, Fraser?
Well, up at the camp, I overheard him talking to Matt Casey about a new will.
Yes?
I didn't know what was going into it, but I was sure he was going to cut me out. He didn't like some of the people I've been fooling around with in town.
So you killed Matt Casey to keep him from bringing back the new will?
Yes. But if I'd only read the thing before I burned it, Uncle George would be alive now. I'd have known. Lord help me, I'd have known.
That's right, Tim. George told us. His whole estate goes to Marion and Fraser except this property.
Yes, the national park. Fraser, why didn't you fix those bottles after you switched them?
I'd have known. He told me and I'd forgotten what I'd done. I was too happy. Too happy.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Sun is a Witness, based on a story by Aaron Mark Stein. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played Tim Mulligan, and Sidney Smith was Tony Blake. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of a boat ride that was planned by death. It's called The Grey Mist Murders by Constance and Gwyneth Little. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The Grey Mist Murders? Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Grey Mist Murders by Constance and Gwyneth Little. The very intriguing story of a pleasure cruise that became a floating horror. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was late afternoon, and Robert Arnold's ocean-going yacht, the Grey Mist, was already 8 hours out of San Francisco. and traveling under full steam toward Honolulu. Two of his friends, Peter Condit and Phyllis Marsh, stood by the rail in the bow of the ship, absorbed as they watched the water go by. Then, a few moments later...
Nothing to say, Peter?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Phyllis. I was just thinking.
What about?
We ought to get married.
What?
All of us. A triple wedding. Carla Bray and Bob Arnold, you and Chet Gordon, and...
And you and Kay Bayless?
Uh-huh. Today. Bob could get the skipper to do the honors.
You're slightly off the beam, Peter.
I know it sounds crazy, but why not be crazy for a change?
Not with my life. I believe in waiting and watching.
What for? You're going to marry Chet anyway, aren't you?
Maybe.
Oh, aren't you sure?
I don't know.
But you're engaged.
So? Peter?
Huh?
It's Kay. Now you can ask her how she feels about a double wedding.
All right. Stand by and watch the reaction. Okay, darling, come over here. I've got something to ask you.
After me, sweetheart.
Oh,
Hey. Well, Peter, wouldn't you like to know what that was for?
What's the idea, Kay?
Don't you ever try to make a fool of me again.
What are you talking about?
Your ex-heartthrob, Peter, Sally Grable.
Huh?
She's on this boat. And wherever she is, she's doing a good job of hiding.
No, now listen.
We've been sailing for 8 hours, and I haven't seen her. Now, where would she be, Peter?
No, she isn't. You must have had a bad dream.
She is, and I didn't. But, Kay, if you didn't see her, how do you know? This handkerchief was where it shouldn't be.
Oh?
Recognize it, darling?
Let me see it.
Be gentle, or you'll rub off the monogram.
Where'd you get it, Kay?
I found it on the other side of the deck. It was hugging the rail for dear life.
Well, I'll be...
Of course, dear. The sooner the better.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Where's the rest of the crowd?
Your laugh, mate?
Cut it out, Kay. Where's Bob and Chet and Carla?
In the lounge, I suppose, giggling over their brandy.
Then you showed them this handkerchief, huh?
Oh, yes, and they were so surprised.
Thanks. I'll see you later. We'll soon find out who's kidding whom.
Oh, it's not really so funny, Kitty.
Mind laughing, Carla, did you?
Oh, just to be sociable, Bob. Well, I've got things to do.
Where are you going, Annie?
Down to my cabin. Got a notion I'd like to bathe.
She really means it, Chet.
Oh, no, Bob, that's not what I'm laughing about. Every time I think of that look on Kay's face when she held up that handkerchief.
It was like murder.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Pete. What a beating he must be taking now. I feel sorry for him. Chet, did you plant that handkerchief?
Well, no, but I thought it was you.
Oh, it wasn't.
Carla?
No, she doesn't go in for practical jokes.
Well, neither does Phyllis. Say.
I don't believe it, Chet. She can't be on board the Gray Mist.
Yeah, but if she is... If she is...
Skipper, this is Mr. Arnold. Did a young lady come on board this morning before I arrived at my party? What? Well, why didn't you tell me? Oh, very well.
She's here, huh?
He thought she was a guest. He told the steward about her.
All right, you lugs. Where is she?
The voice of doom.
Now listen, Pete.
You and Chet have got Sally stowed away on this boat someplace. Now bring her out.
All right, but we'll have to find her first.
Oh, why did you do it?
Oh, now, look,
Shut up, Chet. I'm talking to the master now, the boy who handed out the invitation.
Sally wasn't invited, Pete. I don't know how she found out about this trip, but she's here, and we'll have to do something about it.
Sure. Well, just do me one favor. Keep her out of sight.
You hot-headed fool. Why don't you listen?
Keep her in her cabin locked up until we get to Honolulu. Will you do that one little thing for me?
Okay.
Thanks. And after that, you can laugh yourself sick. Because Kay and I are checking out as soon as we dock.
Well, how about a song, Bob?
Fool.
Something like Old Lang Syne. Should old acquaintance be forgotten?
Shut up, Chet. Let's look for Sally.
Bob!
I could do that with another song.
Bob!
Carla.
Bob!
What's the matter? Carla.
She's in my cabin. In my cabin.
Sally?
Yes, in the closet on the floor. And there's a cord around her neck.
What?
I opened the closet to get a dress for tonight. And I...
Chet. Chet, stay here with Carla. I'm going downstairs. Yes, Dr. Lang. Come down here right away. Carla Bray's cabin. Bob, Chet, what are you doing here?
Well, I thought I might be able to help.
How's Carla?
Oh, she's all right. Phyllis came into the lounge, and Well, there's no doubt of that, is there?
Ah.
Oh, poor kid. To wind up like that. Who could have done it, Bob?
You're asking me?
Yeah, but why here? In Carla's room.
Sally wasn't killed in here, Chet.
What?
She'd been dead for hours when she was planted in that closet.
Hours? What are you talking about?
Well, take a look at the body.
Okay. Yeah. That could be rigor mortis.
It is, Chet. I sent for Dr. Lang. He'll know more about the exact time she was killed.
Yeah, sure.
But I got a few ideas of my own. Sally was dead before we pulled her out of the harbor.
Say, wait a minute. You're going too fast for me.
Yeah, that's right, Chet. Somebody, one of our little crowd, saw Sally first, and that was the end of our Sally.
Yeah, but why? And why park the body here after keeping it hidden for a whole day? Say, Bob, is somebody trying to frame Carla?
It doesn't make sense.
No, it's cockeyed. Why, everybody knows that Carla and Sally were the best of friends. It was Carla who tried to keep the big romance going between Pete and Sally.
That's right. It doesn't make sense.
Well, hey.
Huh?
It's just an idea, so don't breathe fire. You didn't ask Sally to join the party.
I said I didn't.
All right. But how do you know Carla didn't?
Ah, see. Here's Chet.
All right, just to get her friend and Pete together again. Some people call it loyalty, you know.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chet.
All right. Now, suppose Kay found out what Carla had done. And she had visions of losing Pete to Sally. You know how she worked to take him away from her.
So she tied a cord around her neck, huh?
Well, I don't like to be the one to say so, Bob.
And then dragged the body from somewhere to this room?
But there's nothing a woman likes less than being outsmarted by another woman.
Okay, Chet. Will you ask Carla to meet me in the library in 20 minutes?
All right,
I'm
sure.
going to wait here for Dr. Lang. Then I'm going to find out who started this thing and why.
Bob.
Hey, what's the matter? Yes, you're brilliant. Who else would it be?
Carla. Oh, Carla, baby, what's the matter?
On the library floor, Chet. It's Bob. He's been killed.
Holy. Somebody run for a doctor, quick.
Who did it, Carla?
I don't know, Kay. I was going to meet him.
Did you, sweetheart?
Kay.
It just occurred to me that Carla's quite a finder, Phyllis.
Cut it out, Kay. This is no time for comedy.
No, Peter, just for murder.
You're a fool, Kay. What reason would Carla have for killing Bob?
One never knows, dear. There are so many reasons why a woman should kill a man, and one of them can be another woman.
Oh, why don't you shut up and dry up?
I'm only thinking about Sally. I wonder who took her along for the ride. Was it Bob?
Let's get out of here, Kay.
The boyfriend of the best friend. The oldest story in the world, you know.
Pay no attention to her, Carla. Ever since she found Sally's handkerchief.
Carla.
I haven't heard a word she said, Phyllis. If she only knew how little she means to me. Yeah. To pick on me at a time like
Carla.
this.
It's all right.
What? What's all right? Bob.
Come here, honey.
Bob. Oh, darling, you are all right.
Well, not quite. I still have a headache.
Oh, my darling. We've been so busy arguing about who killed you, I didn't think to look.
Yeah, it takes quite a lot to crack solid ivory, but somebody tried awful hard. Come on in, gang.
You look pretty well, considering.
Yeah, we might as well all be together, even though it's not going to be a week.
What happened, Bob?
Well, I'm glad to see you're interested, Pete.
Now, look.
I should have done that when I opened the door. I would have seen who was waiting behind it with the Empire State Building in one hand.
Kay seems to think it was Carla, Bob.
So I heard it and I was coming under the fog. The reasons were very interesting.
Bob.
Relax, Carla. They were just interesting, not true. Well, shall we play 20 questions now? We shall. Chet, when you told Carla to meet me here in 20 minutes, who was present?
Everybody?
Yes. And then everybody disappeared.
Yeah, I went to the billiard room.
Alone, Bob?
I went to my stateroom to rest.
How about you, Pete?
I went for a walk on deck with Kay.
Is that right, Kay?
You don't think he's lying, do you?
It's possible that he isn't, but somebody is.
How about you, Carla? You had 20 minutes to kill.
I went to the game room, Kay.
Why, of course. And the game room is right next to the lounge.
Carla, were you able to see the stairway?
I didn't see anyone go down, Bob. But then,
Yeah?
well, I wasn't watching it. I was walking around.
But the game room, dear, is where you play games.
I've had enough of you, Kay, and everything that goes with you.
Now, wait a minute. There's going to be no hair pulling while I'm around.
She's got no right to keep throwing mud at me, Chet.
Yeah, I know.
She killed Sally and tried to kill Bob. And the more she tries to put the blame on me, the more I'm convinced of it.
All right.
It's not all right at all. She's not going to call me a murderer.
Stop it, Kay. Pete, get her out of here.
Nobody has to get me out. I'll see you all later.
That means around dinner time if I know Kay. I'm sorry about the rumpus, Bob.
Okay, Pete.
I think I'll go up to the bar and start drowning myself in the best liquor you've got.
Either I'm crazy or this boat is jinxed. We start out on a cruise the best of friends, and before the end of the day, we find that we're the worst enemies. Come on, Phyllis. Let's go up on deck and go haywire.
I'm going to my cabin, Chet.
Huh?
I'm very tired.
Oh, okay. I'll go down to the boiler room and cool off.
That's Kay.
Forget her, please. Carla, did you invite Sally on this trip?
Did I what?
When you look surprised, honey, you're really beautiful.
I'm not surprised, Bob. I'm angry. I had a lot of respect for Sally.
You don't have to say another word. I'm convinced.
But you thought of it.
Oh, darling, I apologize. Now let's go and search all the cabins, including the empty ones. We might trip over something like a clue to the murderer. And then we'll know who's who and who paid her off.
Where have you been for the last hour, Kay?
Around. Pull up a deck chair, Peter, and make believe we know each other.
I've been looking for you.
How nice. I hope you weren't too disappointed when you peeped in my cabin.
What was the idea, Kay?
Oh? Did I have an idea?
That lousy scene you made outside the library. Why did you accuse Carla?
I don't like her.
It was the dirtiest thing I ever listened to.
But I'm very fond of you, Peter. And I wouldn't like to lose you to the hangman.
What's that?
Oh, you're wonderful. Why don't we get married and end this beautiful romance?
What did you mean, Kay? About the hangman?
You killed Sally.
Now listen.
That's all right. I don't mind. I'm only sorry you didn't kill Bob Arnold, too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But I do. After Chet told Carla to meet Bob in the library, we, didn't go for a walk on the deck.
You keep your mouth shut about that, Kay.
But you said we did. And that wasn't the truth, was it, darling?
If you say one word to Bob or anybody else...
What'll you do? Kill me, too?
Good grief.
There. I'll keep your secret.
But I tell you, Kay, I had nothing to do with this business today. I didn't know Sally was on board until you showed me that handkerchief.
Your piccolo's out of tune.
What are you trying to do? That's what I want to know. What are you trying to do?
Sit down, and keep your temper. Because if I start screaming... There, that's a good boy.
I didn't kill Sally.
No one will ever know from me. Would you like me to prove it?
How?
Well, a wife can't give evidence against her husband.
You haven't got anything on me.
Don't be silly. All I have to do is talk, and the only alibi you've got becomes a witness to the prosecution.
Yes?
Yes. Because whoever tried to kill Bob killed Sally. And for the sake of the record, the marriage record, I was with you on both occasions, protecting my future.
Bob, we've been trotting around from cabin to cabin, and I'm tired.
Only 3 more empties to go, Carla. Sally must have been in one of them.
This is like hunting for a ghost. And when it happens to be the ghost of your best friend...
This is it.
Luggage. Sally's luggage.
It must be. No one was checked into this room by me.
Bob.
What is it, Carla?
I don't think I can go through with it. Will you excuse me, please?
Oh, sure. Honey, I should have thought of it myself. You go up on deck and get some air. I'll look around here, and if I find anything interesting...
What's the matter?
A handbag on the dresser. It's a funny position to leave a handbag in.
Standing on end.
That's a tip-off, Carla. There's something in it that Sally wanted us to find.
What do you mean?
She's a very smart girl, and she might have left her handbag this way so it'd be noticed.
Bob, just before she was killed?
Maybe she didn't know she was going to be killed. But she was frightened. She did some quick thinking.
What's that you're reading?
Good Lord, this is one thing I didn't expect to find.
Well, what is it?
A letter to Sally. Read it.
I've made up my mind, so let's not mess things up. Stay off the gray mist. Chet. Chet!
Yeah, of all people.
Chet and Sally? And not a word to anybody.
There's no doubt about it, Carla. That's his handwriting top to bottom. Al, there's only one thing to do.
But we won't do it now.
What?
Phyllis.
Not now, will we? Please give me that letter.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Carla, don't be foolish. You're an old friend. And I'm very fond of you.
You wouldn't dare use that gun.
I would. I'm engaged to marry Chet. And if I have to shoot you to get that letter, I'll shoot you.
There's no use arguing, Carla. Give it to her.
But she'll destroy it.
There's nothing we can do about it now. Give it to her.
Well, all right.
Thanks. I'll explain some other time.
Bob, has she gone out of her mind?
I don't know. But if sticking by your man means that you're out of your mind, then she is.
Why, you sound as if you admire her.
Me? I don't even admire myself. Let's go upstairs. I'd like to have a chat with Chet.
You know, Bob, this is the nicest bar I've ever been in. It's the cleanest, too. You ought to get a medal for it.
Snap out of it, Chet. If you're playing drunk.
Sure, I'm playing. You and Carla say I'm a murderer. That makes me want to play some more. Where's the letter I'm supposed to have written?
Phyllis took it away from us.
Phyllis, huh? She's some girl. She's one in a billion. And you know, the days of the little millions are gone forever. Goodbye forever. Goodbye forever.
Bob, we'll never get any
goodbye.
Tonight.
Won't we? Give me that pitcher of ice water.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Here,
Goodbye.
Bob.
Goodbye.
Now
Goodbye.
what?
Goodbye. Hey. That's cold.
Not as cold as you're going to be if you don't start making sense.
So what's the big idea?
We want to know about you and Sally.
Me? What are you talking about?
Don't you remember a thing we said to you?
Well, you said it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a letter that Phyllis took.
That you wrote to Sally, telling her to stay off this boat.
Oh, no, Carla, I never wrote one word to Sally. Oh, you gotta believe me.
We found it in her handbag, Chet.
And the handwriting was yours.
You know what, kiddies? I think there's a lunatic on board.
How about it, Chet?
No, I mean it, Bob. Look, what happened? First, Sally's found in the closet of Carla's room. And then you're conked for no reason at all, and now then this letter of mine.
Tell us about that, pal.
But I didn't write it. I haven't seen it. But I can tell you it's a forgery.
That's always convenient.
No, Carla, I'm not lying, honest. Look, Bob, you know me for a long time. You know my handwriting. Could you imitate it?
That's not the point, Chet.
Well, could you or couldn't you?
Yes, if I wanted to.
Well, so could Carla and so could anybody. It's the easiest handwriting in the world to imitate. It's like a schoolboy's.
Well, will you get that letter from Phyllis?
I'll try, if she still got it. And I certainly hope she has.
Bob, did he put one over on us?
I don't know, Carla. I wonder.
Well, you want to be a detective. And you know, a good detective has to take lessons. Good lessons.
Huh?
Would you like to have a lemon fizz, darling? Or just a fizzle?
Peter.
Huh? Oh, Phyllis. Can you play billiards?
I want to talk to you.
All right. What about?
I overheard what Kay said to you a little while ago.
Snooping, huh?
I didn't mean to, Peter.
Let's go out on deck.
I want you to understand one thing.
When we get outside, Phyllis.
Very well.
Now, what do you want?
The truth.
You too.
Bob and Carla found that letter in Sally's handbag.
What letter?
The one you wrote in Chet's handwriting after you killed Sally.
Is this something new?
There's no use denying it, Peter. You didn't want Sally to come on this boat. And when you found she was here, you killed her and tried to make it look as though Chet had done it.
Who's got that letter now, Phyllis?
I took it from Carla. I had to use force, but I took it.
I'd like to see it.
You can't.
Why not?
I destroyed it.
Why, you dumb crook. What did you do a thing like that for?
There was going to be no evidence against Chet.
No evidence against Chet.
Or against you.
Have you got any idea what you've done? Only one person had a reason for killing Sally and wanting to kill Bob.
It wasn't Chet.
No. Who's talking about him? It was Kay.
Kay?
She thought Bob had invited Sally to make this trip. You saw what she did when she found that handkerchief. But she's not as smart as she thinks. She put on the mad act, but Sally was already dead, and she killed her. But tonight, when she tried to put the blame on me...
Peter, do you know what you're saying?
What she said about me. Only this is the truth. I know it. All Kay wants is money, and I had it. She charmed me away from Sally, made me think she loved me. I fell for her like a ton of saplings. But all she was angling for was money.
But I always thought that Kay was well off.
She hasn't got a dime. For the last 2 months, she's been gambling with my money. And I was going to ask her to marry me. Today. A triple wedding.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
What's the matter with you? Don't you believe me?
No.
All right. Let's form a posse. We'll beat through this boat till we find Kay. And then I'll make her tell the truth about everything, including murder. She's got to be in her cabin, Phyllis. She's nowhere else on this boat.
But she doesn't answer, Peter.
That's just her way of being cute. Well, I'm not waiting. See here, Kay.
Oh!
Oh, no. No!
Just like Sally.
We better get Bob. Remember, Phyllis, you were with me.
Is she dead?
Nobody ever looked like that and wasn't. Come on, let's get Bob.
I think that's all, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. Will you take care of the details? I'm going into the library to join my, friends.
If you want me to make any chemical tests...
I'll call you, or I'll bring the murderer to you. I think we got all the evidence we need.
I hope so, Mr. Arnold.
Yeah.
Bob.
Sit down, Carla. Everybody sit down. Okay, he's been dead about an hour. Anybody have an alibi? No? Well, that's good, because I don't care about alibis this time. All I want's a show of hands.
Sure.
Huh?
What
do you mean, Bob?
I want to see everybody's hands, Chet.
What for?
Have you got any reason not to show me yours?
Well, no. Here, look at him. I just watched him 15 minutes ago.
Both sides, Chet.
Okay. Up. Down. Do I pass?
How about you, Pete?
Well, I don't mind if this is a new way to tell fortunes.
It is. The kind of fortune that ends with, I now pronounce sentence of death. You're next, Phyllis. May I see your hands, please?
All right. I wish I knew why.
Carla,
Yes, Bob.
your hands.
Here. Don't worry. You won't find any blood on mine.
I wasn't looking for blood exactly.
What were you looking for?
I don't understand. Someone in this room is a murderer, a strangler. And Dr. Lang found the evidence that should convict.
What evidence, Bob?
Pieces of skin, Pete, under 2 of Kay's fingernails. She scratched her killer and she... I reach for your neck, Phyllis.
Oh, no reason. I was just going to loosen my scarf.
Why don't you take it off? Isn't it sort of warm in here?
I'll just loosen it.
What are you hiding?
Dog!
Hey, you got one heck of a nerve. Give her back that scarf.
Okay, Chet, after she explains those 2 scratches on
She
the side
doesn't
of her
have
neck...
to explain anything to
I'm
you.
afraid she does, to all of us. How did you get those scratches on your neck, Phyllis?
Bob, leave her alone.
You got them while you were twisting the cord around Kay's neck, didn't you? She reached up while you were standing behind her and clawed at you, trying to get hold of your hair so she could pull your head down. Isn't that right, Phyllis?
You got no proof.
So that's what you want. All right. Dr. Lang has the skin that came off that neck. He's ready to make any test he has to.
He's not going to make any test, Bob.
You're licked, Phyllis. That gun can't help you now.
Why doesn't somebody try to take it away from me?
Phyllis. Oh, no.
Yes. Why doesn't somebody try? Because you all want to live. You too, Chet. Even now.
Oh, Phyllis, why did you do it?
I hated them both. But Kay more than Sally because she was going to marry Peter.
What? Are you kidding?
No, Chet. I never loved you. You just pestered me. And I... Did you know I tried to get rid of you, too? I wrote that letter to Sally right after I killed her. And then I fixed everything so that it would be found. That was smart of me, wasn't it?
Phyllis.
Don't be foolish, Bob. Don't come too close. I had everything planned. Kay was going to disappear tonight. And after a while, Peter, you wouldn't have cared. I was going to show you how much I loved you.
Oh, we've got to do something. She'll kill us all.
Sit tight, Pete.
But I made a mistake. And it was just as well. Bob told me to take cabin G. I thought he said D. And there was Sally. Would you like to know what she told me?
Of course, Phyllis.
She said she came on board to take Peter away from Kay. Nobody knew she was there. I promised to keep her confidence. And when she turned round to unpack...
Why did you put her body in my room?
Sally couldn't be dead without being seen, Carla. And your room was so close. Just across the hall.
Well, why did you try to frame me, Phyllis? I never did anything to you.
Didn't you? You kissed me and I hated you. That was a mistake, too. I didn't realize it until I heard Kay talking to Peter, accusing him of the murder. Then I knew that you had no reason to kill Sally. But Peter did. And if I could convince him, the way that Kay was trying to convince him, that he couldn't live without marrying me, I could.
All right, Pete.
Lights! Get the lights on! Somebody get the lights on!
What? Oh, Phyllis.
She's killed herself.
No, Carla. It's just a flesh wound. But she'll never have another chance to kill anybody, including herself.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Grey Mist Murders, based on a story by Constance and Gwyneth Little. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played Robert Arnold. Helen Shields was Phyllis Marsh. Sherling Oliver was Peter Condit. Joan Alexander was Kay Bayless. Elaine Kent played Carla Bray. And Chet Stratton was Chester Gordon. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a portrait in black that became a study in murder. It's called Death Cuts a Silhouette by D.B. Olson. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. One more thing. Cancer strikes on the average 1 of every 2 families. Help strike back. Support the American Cancer Society's programs of research, education, and service. Give generously today.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The Topaz Flower. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Topaz Flower by Charlotte M. Russell. The exciting story of a flower that was plucked by the hand of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was a little after 7 o'clock in the evening. The family and friends were scattered through the rather austere house, and Mr. Sloane was even more than usually indifferent to their comfort and his responsibility as host. Wally Kent was the only person there who did not fear the old man. He even admitted to himself that he liked him in a strange sort of way, and that was good, especially as the Sloanes were inclined to be clannish, and Wally intended to propose to Natalie, if he could find her. After having looked everywhere else for her, he finally decided to try Mr. Sloane's room. Perhaps she had been closeted with her uncle. Standing at the door, he hesitated. Then, squaring his shoulders, he knocked.
Mr. Sloane. Mr. Sloane, is Natalie there? Mr. Sloane. Hey, Mr. Sloane. Oh, it's locked. Natalie. Mr. Sloane. Oh, Natalie, darling. I've been looking all over the house for you. The party... Oh, honey, what's the matter?
Let me go, Wally.
Oh, but listen.
Let me go, I tell you.
Oh, what the... Mr. Sloane. Oh, my good gosh. Natalie, what were you doing?
Did you call Mr. Sloane? Oh, Mr. Kent. Oh.
Take it easy, Bauer.
Oh, but he's murdered. Mr. Sloane has been murdered.
Get to the phone, Bauer, right away. Call Captain Tom Vane of the Homicide Bureau. Tell him what's happened. He'll be here right away.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Bauer, just see that nobody leaves until he gets here, will you?
Well, sir, I don't know, but I'll try, sir. Oh, poor Mr. Sloane.
And if you see Miss Natalie, tell her to come up here, please. It's very important.
Captain Bain is here, Mr. Kent.
Oh, thanks, Bauer. Bring him right in here.
Yes, sir. Come in, please, Captain.
Thank you.
Hello, Tom.
Oh, Wally. Here, you got a murder here.
Got a dead man anyway, Tom.
Let's have a look.
Right in here.
Ah, he's dead, all right. Harry Sloane, huh?
Yeah.
Nobody saw it done, I suppose.
As far as I know.
Now, let's see. 2 glasses. Drinking with somebody.
Looks like it.
Wonder who?
Search me.
Anybody in here besides you?
No. Oh, yes, there was, too. Young Raymond Sloane, his nephew. Came roaring in when the news got out that the old gentleman was dead. I kept the others out.
Well, maybe we can get some prints off those glasses.
Yeah. Oh, say, though, Raymond Sloane picked up one of the glasses. This one.
Picked it up? What for?
Well, he was kind of upset and he wanted a drink. So he just grabbed the glass, poured a shot into it.
Yes, and smeared the prints all over the place. Darn the luck. I always get the tough jobs. Why couldn't he have picked up the old gentleman's glass?
Well, how would he know which was which?
Yeah, he got something there. Well, thanks anyway. Let's go see these folks, shall we?
Sure. Downstairs and to your right. I'll show you.
The old man had a lot of dough, didn't he?
He was pretty well off.
Ah. Is this the room?
That's right.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you please. I'm Captain Tom Bain of the Homicide Bureau. I know Wally Kent here, but you others, will you please tell me who you are? You first, sir.
I'm Bauer, the butler, sir.
No?
I'm Maria Sloane, Mr. Sloane's sister-in-law.
And I'm his son, Raymond Sloane.
Clarinda Bell, Mr. Sloane's secretary.
And this gentleman here in the corner?
Joe Bannister. I'm an old friend of Harry Sloane.
Shouldn't there be someone else?
Well, Natalie.
My daughter.
Where's she?
Well, I think she...
Sorry, I'm late. I'm Natalie Sloane.
All right. Now sit down, please, everybody. Let's just check those names again so I know to whom I'm talking. Bauer, the butler.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Maria Sloane.
Yes.
And Miss Clarinda Bell.
I'm right here.
See, and you're Joe Bannister.
I am.
Miss Natalie Sloane.
Yes.
Have I forgotten anybody? Oh, yes. Raymond Sloane.
Present.
And me.
Mm-hmm. Wally Kent. Okay, here we go. We know that Mr. Sloane was shot about 7:15 by someone with a revolver with a silencer. He'd been drinking in his locked room with someone who apparently killed him and took the topaz flower. What is the topaz flower?
It's a jewel, a cluster of jewels, a family heirloom.
Easily recognizable, Miss Natalie?
Oh, yes.
The topaz flower is also a gold mine in Canada that Harry Sloan and I discovered.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bannister.
You're welcome.
Now, let's just check what each of you were doing when, Wally Kent?
I discovered the body, Captain. I was looking for Natalie and...
where were you, Miss Natalie?
I was dressing.
But...
What?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Okay. You, young man, Raymond Sloan.
I was having a drink in the living room down here.
He's always having a drink, aren't you, Ray?
What were you doing, Mr. Bannister?
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember. I see.
I was downstairs here all the time.
You're the secretary, Clorinda Bell.
Yes. And may I go home?
You may not. You, Mrs. Sloan?
Me? I was dressing. You can ask my maid.
I will. And the butler?
I was in the front hall all evening, sir.
Mm-hmm. Wally, you're supposed to be an amateur detective. What's your theory since you found the body? Was there anybody else in the room?
Not when I found the body, Captain, no.
Well, how'd you get in there if the door was locked?
What?
I said, how did you get in there if the door was locked?
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, I never thought of that, Tom. Well, 1 minute the door was locked and then it was unlocked. That's right, I never thought of that.
There must have been somebody in there.
There sure must have been.
And you didn't see anybody when you went in?
No. No, I didn't see anybody.
Well, perhaps whoever it was got out through the French doors that open on the terrace.
Oh, they were locked, Mrs. Sloan.
Were there any fingerprints on the glasses that they were drinking out of?
Well, thanks to young Mr. Sloan here, no. He smeared his own prints all over him.
Well, I was only trying to help.
Oh, great help. Well, whoever killed Mr. Sloan took the topaz flower, I suppose.
Oh, that couldn't have been the motive for the murder. It was only worth about $5,000.
Only 5,000. Mrs. Sloan, you'd be surprised what people will do for $5,000. Wait a minute. Young Mr. Sloan, how were you treated in your father's will?
What? What do you mean? Do you mean...
Easy, lad. Do you come into a lot of money?
If he does, Captain, so does practically everybody in the room here. Maria here is his sister-in-law. Natalie's his favorite niece. Bauer's been an employee of Sloan's for...
28 years, sir.
I know I'm provided for in his will. Everybody here except Wally Kent stands to benefit by the will.
How about you, Wally? You and Miss Natalie, I take it.
Tom, could it be that the murderer took the topaz flower to direct suspicions along another line?
It certainly could be, Mr. Kent.
Ah, Miss Clorinda Bell. Incidentally, you didn't say anything when Bannister was talking about people who might profit by...
No. I stood to lose a great deal by Mr. Sloane's death.
Oh, you mean he wasn't going to do the right thing by his secretary?
By his first will, yes.
First will?
What do you mean? There was only
Now,
one.
hold it. What do you mean by that, Miss Bell?
Mr. Sloane dictated a new will to me only a week ago.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
You didn't ask me, Captain.
Well, I don't believe it.
I don't either.
Miss Natalie, what do you think?
Well, I don't know
wait a minute. Let's find out about this new will.
Yes, by all means. What did you mean about losing by the terms of the new will? Will you explain that, please?
I will. Mr. Sloane and I were to be married.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And the new will named Clorinda Bell Sloane, his wife, as the principal beneficiary. However, since I'm still Clorinda Bell, probably always will be, you see...
Where is this will, Miss
In
Bell?
the safe, Mr. Sloane's office. So, Captain, now that I've demonstrated that I have no possible motive, do you suppose I might go home?
Sure. Sure, you can go home. I'll be in touch with you.
Thank you. Good night.
Oh, wait,
Clorinda,
wait.
Good night.
Well, people, looks as if we're out of luck.
Oh, no, we're not out of luck yet, Joe. That second will can't be probated, so the first one is still good.
Oh, no, my dear. The intent of the will is the thing. We're still out of luck.
I didn't know there was another will.
Telephone, Captain Bain. Headquarters calling, sir.
Oh, thanks. The rest of you clear out for a few minutes. Bauer, see that they don't run all over the place and get lost.
Yes, sir, yes.
Hello. Oh, you did? Huh? No, hold it a minute till these people get out of here. All right, let's go, please. Let's go.
Natalie,
What, Wally?
come in here a minute, will you?
Where?
Here in this room, I want to ask you something. No, wait, let's see if there's anybody in here. No, come on.
What do you want?
Now, honey, look at me. What were you doing in your uncle's room when he was shot?
I don't know what you mean.
Nat, darling, this guy Bain is a sharp cop. Now, look, I can't cover up for you all the time.
Do you mean you think I shot Uncle Harry?
Darling, no, but I mean, you were in there with the door locked. You unlocked it yourself. I nearly got caught when Bain asked me how I got in.
You're not going to tell him, Wally.
Natalie, darling, listen, please.
Oh, Wally, can't I? I've been looking all over. Excuse me. Wally, I want to see you.
Excuse me, Natalie. I'll see you later, huh? Okay, Tom. What now?
Sorry, Miss Natalie. Wally, we found the topaz flower.
You what?
Yeah. John Jarbo of the Hock Shop Squad just called. That was the phone call. Found it in the shop 6 blocks from here, and he's bringing the owner and the topaz flower first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll be... That's fast work, Tom.
Yeah, it sure is, isn't it? It says a woman hocked it.
A woman?
You suppose somebody could have gotten out of the house, run over to the Hock Shop, and...
Well, what did the woman look like, Tom?
Well, the fella said she was wearing a green hat, a purple scarf, and she had red hair.
Red hair?
Huh?
Oh, well, thank goodness there's no red-headed women in this house.
I think again, Wally. Maybe a red wig.
I got Miss Bell on the telephone, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
She's on the way over. I told her what you said about the woman pawning the topaz flower, sir.
Well, where's Mr. Kent this morning?
Well,
I was looking for Natalie, Tom. Where's the topaz flower?
Be here any minute. Now, look here. You're supposed to be an amateur, Dick. This look like an inside job to you?
I don't know, Tom.
Oh, it does to me.
Who do you...
Well, this son of his.
Ray? Well, he's kind of a young fellow they call a ne'er-do-well in detective stories. Drinking, gambling, women, you know.
Yeah, if he knocked off the old man, he sure made a mistake. How'd they get along? Not good, I hear.
That's right. But I doubt he's got the nerve to do such a thing.
And that sister-in-law, Maria.
Well, now, she's kind of malicious. But she's harmless.
Mm-hmm. Well, you pick out the murderer.
Oh, no, Tom, not for me. Not me.
I wondered if you would like some coffee, gentlemen.
Oh, no thanks. Bauer, that's your name, isn't it?
Yes.
But you can tell the rest of the people I want them in here now, please.
Very good, sir. Very good.
The guy Snoops.
Oh, no. Not Bauer.
Well, how do you know he wasn't listening at the door?
Well,
Yeah, when you've been in this game as long as I... doorbell.
Bauer will get it.
Must be nice to be so rich.
And get murdered?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, too.
A police officer, Captain, and another person.
Oh, hello, Jarbo.
Morning, Captain.
Nice work, kid.
Yeah. This here is Dorn, the Hock Shop fella.
Oh, good. Come on, we'll go in the other room where we have these people. There's more room in there. Everybody in there, Bauer?
Yes, sir. They're waiting for you.
Okay. In here, Jarbo. Dawn. Well, Dawn? Either one of these two ladies?
Nope. Not neither of them.
You sure?
Absolutely. I'd recognize that woman out of a million. Red hair, kind of deep voice, a green hat, purple scarf.
Just what is this, please, Captain Bain?
Jarbo, give us a stone.
Yes, sir.
Why, it's the topaz flower.
Where'd it come from?
Where did you get it?
Yeah.
A woman with red hair.
And a green hat and a purple scarf with a deep
All
voice.
right, all right. It was hocked at this man's place last night.
A woman with red hair and a green...
That's enough. You say it wasn't either of these ladies now?
Positively. I'd know her in a million.
Okay. Take them back, Jarbo.
Okay. Come on, lad.
Is that all, Captain?
That's all. Much obliged.
You're welcome.
Well, I must say, Captain...
Hush, Mother.
Say, Captain, as long as this fellow's trying to identify women for you, hadn't you better keep him here till Mrs. Bell gets here? Just to make it come out even, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's,
Hey, Captain. Captain.
What's
found it.
the matter with you now?
Look. The green hat and the purple scarf. I found it.
Where'd you get that?
Well, that's my hat.
And my scarf.
Now, wait a minute. Let's see that.
It was right there on that thing in the hall. I never noticed it when I come in, but when I went out, there it was. And I knew it right away. Look. Look, I bet there's maybe a red hair in it someplace. Look, huh?
Well, what do you know? It is a red hair. Or am I colorblind, Ken?
No, it's red, all right.
Well, Aunt Maria, now who's in the soup?
Well, I haven't seen that purple scarf in a week.
Well, the lady that hawked the jewelry wore it.
Natalie, when did you wear this hat last?
Why, it was in my room. How'd it get down here?
Young lady, I think we're going to have a lot of fun finding out.
But I didn't...
No. It wasn't her. Not her.
The hat and the scarf might have been lent to someone.
You make another remark like that.
Let him alone, please, Mrs. Sloan. Now, shut that door, Bauer. Wait and see who that is.
Yes, sir.
Probably Miss Bell or Mr. Bannister.
Now, see here, Captain.
Hold it for a minute or two.
Mr. Joseph Bannister.
Ah, come in. Bannister, we found the topaz flower.
What?
Yes. It was pawned at Mr. Dorn's shop last night.
By a red-headed woman in this green hat.
Yeah. Do either of you know any red-haired women?
I know one in Calgary, Captain.
Bauer.
Yes, sir.
Will you take the gentleman somewhere for a few minutes, please? I want to talk to these two ladies.
Yes, sir. This way, gentlemen, if you please.
What are you going to do?
I'll call you when I want you, Mr. Sloan. Let's go.
Want me to go, too?
No, you stay here.
Thanks. Sit down, Natalie.
Thank you, Wally.
How long before you'll want us?
I'll call you.
Nat, is that your hat, really?
Yes, of course. I think that man must be crazy.
Well, I think it's something the police have cooked up to try to scare us into...
Scare you into what, Mrs. Sloan? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sit down, Mrs. Sloan. Now, are you sure you haven't lent that scarf to someone recently?
Ridiculous.
And you, Miss Sloan, your hat...
The hat's been in my room for weeks. I haven't worn it in I don't know when.
I see. Well, Brother Kent, it was an inside job after all, wasn't it?
It certainly looks like it, all right. But I don't think...
Go and ask the men to come back, will you?
I'll go, if I may. I want to get a handkerchief anyway.
No, wait. Oh, never mind.
Wally, you don't think...
It doesn't make any difference what Mr. Kent thinks, Miss Sloan. I'm the one that's...
Mother.
Come on.
Mother.
Natalie, get back. It's Maria.
And Clorinda Bell. They're dead. They're murdered. How is Mrs. Sloan now?
She'll be all right, Captain, but the shock...
Yeah, I know.
May I go up to her now, please?
Sit down a moment, if you will. I won't keep you long.
But...
Sit down, please.
Here, let me help you, Natalie.
How did Miss Bell get in the house?
Why, she had a key. She often came out here to work with Uncle Harry.
I see. Do you know how she was murdered?
She was stabbed, wasn't she?
Yes. And when your mother saw her, she fainted.
Well, what would you do?
Faint, probably. Miss Sloan, this pencil was lying under Miss Bell's body. You ever see it before?
Well, that's my pencil.
Oh, it is? Miss Sloan, belongings of yours seem to turn up everywhere. Your green hat, your pencil.
But I was in here, and I lost that pencil 3 weeks ago.
Oh?
Now, see here, baby.
That'll do from you. Now, look, Natalie, I'm reasonably sure you didn't murder Miss Bell, but you wouldn't have lent the pencil?
Please.
Stop it, babe.
I told you I lost it.
This is a very odd pencil. You pull the end off, there's an eraser.
I know that.
It's got another trick, too.
I don't know what you mean.
Now, look. You pull the eraser out.
A knife. A little knife.
Yeah, a little knife with blood on it. Miss Sloan, who murdered Clorinda Bell with your knife?
Now, look here, babe.
Shut up. Take it easy, Kent. Answer my question, young lady.
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
All right. You can go up to your room. But stay there, will you?
I'll take you up, Natalie.
No, you stay here. I want to talk to you for a minute. Go ahead, Natalie.
Captain
I'll
Dana.
see you later.
All right.
I don't get it.
She didn't do it, babe.
No, I don't think so either. But who did? Well, Here's the stuff from Clorinda Bell's purse, keys, lipstick, cigarette case, address book, matches, papers. Well.
What?
Now look at this card. Read it.
I remember the Christmas party 6 years ago just as well as you do. Well, what is it? Christmas card or something?
I wouldn't know. What? What's this? Last will and testament of Harrison Sloan.
Yeah, but where's the rest of it?
Somebody wanted that will badly enough to knock off the old girl for it. Now, just who could that be?
We're just as badly off as we were before.
Yeah.
Except...
Captain Bain, Mr. Bannister would like to speak to you.
Oh, Bannister, send him in.
Yes.
Well, how you doing, Cap?
Oh. All right.
Don't kid me, Cap.
Oh, yeah, you've been drinking.
Sure. Makes me think.
Well, what do you think you want?
Makes me remember things.
Oh, isn't that fine? Like what?
Like things I see.
Come on.
I was out in the garden for a breath of fresh air about the time Harry got killed.
And?
I looked up at Harry's room. French doors, you know. Know who was sitting there with him?
Who?
Girl.
What girl?
You look around, you'll find out. Young girl.
Bannister, are you insinuating...
No, just telling you. So, goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute.
Nope. Goodbye.
What do you think of that?
Why, that old...
Hold your horses. He's not so drunk. But, why did he...
Hey, wait a minute.
Now what?
He didn't see anybody in that room.
What do you mean?
Well, didn't you see those French windows?
What do you mean?
They're covered with frost all the way from top to the bottom in this cold weather.
Well, That's right. Nobody could see in.
Of course they couldn't.
That's right. Now, what do you suppose?
All I know is he couldn't have seen in that room.
Bob, you've got the makings of a detective after all. But why would he want to throw suspicion on Natalie?
I wonder. Say, maybe he meant Clorinda.
No, he said a young woman.
He was a little drunk.
I don't think Clorinda did it. Anyway, the hock shop man said she wasn't the one that had the topaz flower.
Yeah, that's right. What about that card, though?
The Christmas card?
Let's see it again. I remember the Christmas Eve party 6 years ago just as well as you do. Bain, I've got an idea.
That's swell.
Ring for Bauer.
Okay.
You rang, sir?
Yes, come in here, Bauer. Close the door.
Yes, sir?
Bauer, you've been here a long time.
Yes, sir.
Were you here at a Christmas party 6 years ago?
That would be 1941. Yes, sir, of course.
Who else of these people was here? Mrs. Sloan, Natalie?
No, sir. They were in California. Let me see. Why, I think Mr. Sloan and Miss Bell and Mr. Bannister...
Anything special happened that night?
Special, sir?
Something Miss Bell might remember, for instance.
Let me think, sir. Why, yes, sir. Yes, indeed, sir. Very funny.
What?
It was Mr. Bannister, sir.
Bannister?
What did he do?
Well, sir, he was rather tight. And he came downstairs wearing a woman's dress and a red wig.
A red wig?
Oh, yes, sir. I remember perfectly. Oh, he was a scream.
Bauer, go out and ask Mr. Bannister to step in here, will you?
Yes, sir. I hope you won't tell him...
Snappy, Bauer, please.
Yes, sir.
Kent. Nice going.
It all seems so simple, Captain Bain.
Yeah, sure, looking back on it. Sloan told him about the new will and about marrying Clorinda. What we didn't know, of course, was that Sloan had cut Bannister off in the new will. So Bannister figured he'd murder the old gentleman, take the will out of the wall safe in the room, and get away with it even if Clorinda did tell everyone about it. But it wasn't there, so he took the topaz flower to make it look like robbery.
And when I came in the room, he locked me in.
Yeah, that's right. Then he had to get rid of the topaz flower. So he dressed up in women's clothes. But he'd forgotten that Clorinda remembered the Christmas party and his act.
And she was going to pass him the note when she came here.
Yes, only he got here first. Well, see you at the trial. And if you ever want a job on the force, Wally...
Oh, no, not me, Captain. I'm going to be pretty busy looking after the topaz flower. Sure. Belongs to Natalie now. And...
Oh. Yeah, I get it. Well, I look pretty good in soup and fish.
What do you mean, Captain?
Oh, pardon me. I just mean, in case you want somebody to guard the wedding presents. Well, goodbye for now.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Topaz Flower, based on a story by Charlotte M. Russell. Willis Cooper did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played Captain Bain. Chet Stratton was Wally. And Julie Stevens was Natalie. The cast included Eleanor Phelps, Reese Taylor, Barry Thompson, Irene Hubbard, Paul Hammond, and Ed Latimer. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very intriguing story of a missing person that was found by death. It's called Epitaph for Lydia by Virginia Roth. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Epitaph for Lydia. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Epitaph for Lydia by Virginia Roth. The exciting story of a missing person who was found by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in San Francisco, and in the spacious living room of an impressive house on Lombard Street, a party is in full swing. A tall, keen-eyed man, bored by the noisy music and the chattering people, retreats to the comparative quiet of an adjoining room. Attracted by several modernistic paintings on the wall, he steps over to one for a closer look.
Do you like it?
Huh?
You're Michael Dundas, the detective, aren't you?
Well, I'm really an architect, but
You were pointed out to me when you came in.
Oh?
I'm Lydia Courtney. You don't know me.
Well, no, but...
Do you like modernistic art?
If it's art, yes. Well, but most of the models look like exercises in children's finger painting. This one, for instance.
Rooftops at sunset.
Yes, at least that's what the artist calls it. To me, it looks like a hangover at sunrise. Now, there's one over here. There's possibilities. Here it is. Just a simple study of some sand dunes. Why, what's the matter, Miss Courtney?
I'm afraid I don't feel very well.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'll be all right. It's just that... That's a horrible picture.
Miss Courtney, I think you'd better sit down. Right over here on the sofa.
No, I'll be all right, really. I'm feeling much better now.
Fine. Miss Courtney.
Margie. Oh.
Miss Courtney. I knew she'd faint. Lucky I grabbed her before she fell. Now, onto the sofa. There we are.
Lydia, aren't you going to Oh, what's happened?
She fainted.
The sand dunes. Many a one for him shall moan, but none shall know. I've forgotten.
That's odd.
What?
That she should quote from that old ballad.
She was just delirious. She didn't know what she was saying.
And I guess Margie doesn't mean anything either.
Margie?
Yes. By the way, I think I know you from someplace, don't I?
Yes, I run a bookstore, Mr. Dundas. I think you've been in it a few times.
Oh, that's right. I bought some books and had them sent. Your name is Bond, isn't it?
Yes, Sally Bond.
Tell me, how'd you burn your wrist?
Oh, that some grease splattered on me.
I see.
Sally.
Yes, Lydia.
I didn't say anything, did I?
No, dear. Now you just lie still. That's right.
Can I give you a lift home?
That won't be necessary, Mr. Dundas. Our escorts are somewhere in the crowd. They'll drive us back.
I see. Just a suggestion, Miss Bond.
Yes?
I think it'd be wise for you to stay at Miss Courtney's home tonight.
I will. You see, we live together.
Oh?
Don't worry about me, Mr. Dundas. After tonight, I think I'll be all right.
Yes, of course. Lydia's going to be just fine.
I guess you're right, Mabel. Puzzles seem to pursue me, don't they? I go to a party for relaxation, and up bounces a prettier problems I've come across in years. A painting, a song, a woman who faints, and that poetry she quoted. Oh, am I boring you? I get it. That look in your eyes. L'amour. Time for a rendezvous. Oh, but it's 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Stop pawing your whiskers, you roue. I'll let you out. Come on. Up we go. Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. Not a bad night. Peaceful, nice moon. Okay, pal, I guess. Wait a minute. Those were gunshots. Come on. Should be somewhere around here. Oh. So when I was telling you about Mehitable, Lydia Courtney, and she's dead. But, Inspector, that's all I know. That's the whole story.
Can't be. Doesn't make sense, Mike. It's crazy.
Crazy, but true.
Oh.
Did your boys find anything that might help?
No. Say, what do you think Lydia Courtney was doing around here?
I think she was on her way to see me.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when she spoke to me at the party, I had the feeling she wanted to talk to me about something that worried her.
Yeah?
Then she fainted, and when she came to, the time for opening up had passed. Sally Bond was around.
Anybody else?
No, their escort, Sally's brother Bill, and a fellow named Jay Stanton were among the crowd in the living room. I was introduced to them before I left.
I see. Well, we'll check them all. And we'll begin with Sally Bond. You don't seem very surprised to learn of your friend's death, Miss Bond.
Well, I've already heard about it, Inspector.
How? Neither the radio nor the papers have broken the story.
My brother Bill here told me.
Oh, Brother Bill told you.
Yes.
And how did you know, Brother Bill?
Well, I'm a special feature writer for the Clarion. I'm doing a series on crime, and I happened to be at a nearby precinct when the flash came in.
Uh-huh.
Naturally, I rushed over to tell Sally.
Naturally.
Mind if I ask a few questions, Inspector?
No, Mike. Go right ahead.
Sally, what time did you and Lydia get home last night?
About 12.
I thought you were going to keep your eye on her.
Well, I was upset. I took a sleeping pill and gave one to Lydia. Apparently, she didn't take hers. She must have slipped out after I fell asleep.
I see. Do you know what was bothering her?
No. All I can tell you is that for the past 3 days, ever since Tuesday night, she was just a bundle of nerves.
What happened Tuesday night?
I don't know. Lydia went out at 8 o'clock. I heard her take her car out of the garage and drive off. When she got back, I couldn't say. I was asleep.
And on Wednesday morning, you noticed something wrong.
Yes, Lydia was very jumpy. I asked her where she'd been the night before. She wouldn't tell me.
Do you know who might have been with her?
No.
It wasn't Brother Bill, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Well, where were you that night?
Well, I was over at Jay Stanton's house. We were playing gin till about 1 o'clock. Then I went home.
Oh. Sally, does anyone else live here with you?
Well, our handyman, Al Kemper, occupies the room over the garage.
Well, perhaps he can tell us when Lydia returned Tuesday night. Will you take us to him, please?
Yes, of course. Follow me.
Inspector.
Yeah?
You mind if I run along? I have to check in early at the office.
Okay, but just remember to stay within reach. You understand?
Yes.
All right, Sally. Let's go.
Is this Lydia's car, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Dundas.
How about calling the handyman?
Certainly. Al! Oh, Al! He may still be asleep. Excuse me, I'll run up and get him.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Take a look at the bumper and the front fender. They've both been straightened, and the fender's been painted quite recently.
Inspector!
Yes?
Al Kemper is gone.
Lydia dead? Hard to believe, Bill. Sally know?
Yes, Jay.
Poor kid. The police will probably hound the life out of her.
Uh-huh. They were doing a good job of it when I left her.
Mm-hmm.
Jay.
Yes?
I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Sure. What is it?
Well, it seems that something happened Tuesday night. I mean, Lydia was out with someone, and that person may be the leading suspect.
Well?
I told the police that I was playing gin with you till 1 o'clock.
What?
They asked me where I was. I couldn't tell them I was just cruising around in my car that night.
But,
You've
Bill...
got to back me up, Jay. You've got to.
You're putting me on an awful spot, Bill.
I know, but I just said the first thing that popped into my head. Now I've got to stick to it.
I don't know.
Not only for me, Jay, for Sally.
Well...
You will?
Okay.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks a lot. I'll never forget this. Never.
Just one thing before you go, Bill.
What's that?
If I find out you're involved in Lydia's death, I'll hand you over to the police so fast it'll make your head spin.
Well, here we are, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, this is quite a house Stanton's got, Mike. Looks like it's all glass.
Practically. Rather an extreme functional design. Plenty of light and air.
A regular goldfish bowl.
Yes? Oh, hello, Dundas. Come in.
Thanks. Stanton, this is Inspector Prevost of the police.
How do you do?
How are you?
I've been rather expecting you.
Yeah? How's that?
Bill Bond called me a little while ago. He told me of Lydia's death.
Oh, he did, eh? I wonder if there's anyone he hasn't told.
Well, I was a very close friend of Lydia's, as well as her attorney. I guess he thought I should know.
Uh-huh.
Stanton, we've been told by Sally Bond that Lydia had been acting queerly lately. Do you know why?
No. We all commented on it, but she wouldn't tell anyone what was bothering her.
I see.
By the way, Stanton, where were you last Tuesday night?
Oh, right here. Bill dropped in early in the evening, and we talked, played cards. He left about, 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Stanton, did Lydia make a will?
Yes. Would you like to see it?
You mean you have it with you?
Well, not exactly. It's in my safe. You see, this is my office as well as my home.
Oh, well, you probably remember the contents of the will. Tell me, who benefits by Lydia's death?
Well, outside of certain small bequests, where the bulk of the estate goes to Sally Bond.
Hello?
Hello, Mike. Inspector Prevost.
Oh, what's the idea? I told you I wanted to catch a little shut-eye. I'm dead.
I know, but listen. Is Sally Bond there?
Huh? What is this, a gag?
Of course not. After I left you, I decided to talk to that girl again. Well, I went over to her house and she wasn't there.
Huh?
I thought maybe she'd gone to see you.
No. Inspector.
Yes?
There's a chance she went down to the bookstore she runs, and maybe...
Yes?
Better drive over here and pick me up. I want to go down there with you.
That's funny, Mike. The door to the store is open, and yet nobody's here. Listen, wait. What was that?
Quick, Inspector. The door behind the desk.
Right.
There, Inspector. On the floor near the table. Sally.
Mr. Dundas, Inspector.
Take it easy, kid.
Oh, my head.
What happened, Sally?
I came down to the store. I'd just taken off my hat when I heard a noise in the stockroom.
Yes.
I opened the door. Someone standing behind it hit me over the head. That's all I can remember.
I see. Probably got in through the rear window. Sally, why did you come down here?
Well, on Wednesday, Lydia gave me a sealed envelope. She didn't tell me what was in it. All she said was that I should keep it for her down here.
Mm-hmm.
If anything happened to her, I was to open it and read what was inside. Then I was to decide what to do.
Where did you put it?
In the top middle drawer of my desk.
Inspector, will you see if it's there?
Right.
Well?
It's gone, Mike.
Uh-huh. It would be. Sally, we've been informed that you are virtually the sole heir to Lydia's estate.
Oh.
You don't seem at all surprised.
No, I'm not. You see, several years ago, I happened to save Lydia's life in an automobile accident. Well, Lydia was very grateful. She wanted me to give up my job and come to live with her.
Uh-huh.
I told her I hated being idle, so she loaned me some money, and I bought this store. I suppose she thought she hadn't done enough for me, and that's why she left me everything.
Well, after all, you saved her life. One other thing.
Yes?
That burn on your wrist. You said some grease splattered on it. But it'd hardly have happened like that. It's in one solid area, not spotted.
You're right. On Wednesday morning at breakfast, Lydia was reading the newspaper. Just when I was handing her some coffee, she gave a start and jostled my hand. The coffee spilled on my wrist.
Huh? You say she was reading the paper?
Yes.
Is that paper still in the house?
Probably. We usually let them accumulate for a week before throwing them out.
Come on, Inspector. I think this is the break we've been waiting for.
Here they are, Mr. Dundas, the papers for the past week.
Thanks, Sally. Now, let's see. Thursday, Monday. Here we are. Here we are, Inspector. Wednesday. Good. Now to find the page with the darkest and biggest coffee stain. Here it is. What could have startled her? The United Nations in special session, dry goods convention, urge... Oh, this must be the one. Girl missing.
Oh, what does it say, Mike?
Mrs. Thomas Kaysen of 624A Flyshacker Avenue reported to the Bureau of Missing Persons that her niece, Margie, 14, left home last night and is missing. The girl left her house at about 10:30 following a dispute with her aunt. A search has been instituted by the authorities. There's a picture, too, Margie Kaysen.
Yeah, the missing Margie. But what do you think...
Oh, wait a minute, Inspector. I've just had a brainstorm.
Huh?
That ballad Lydia quoted, it just came to me. It goes, many a one for him shall moan, but none shall know where he is gone. Over his white bones when they are bare, the wind shall blow forevermore.
Well, does that mean anything to you, Mike?
You bet it does. It means that Margie's aunt is going to have 2 unexpected visitors. Come on, Inspector.
Why don't you 2 guys beat it? Go on, let me alone.
But, Mrs. Kaysen, we want to talk to you about your missing niece, Margie.
Margie? She ain't missing. Go on, get out of here.
I don't think she knows what she's talking about, Mike.
Maybe she does, and maybe... Wait a minute. Get a load of the stock of liquor on that table.
Yeah, scotch, rye, bourbon. That stuff must have cost a small fortune.
Uh-huh. And where did she get the money for it? This place makes Tobacco Road look like the Waldorf. Inspector.
Yeah?
Take a look at that purse she's holding. It's just bulging.
Yeah.
Mrs. Kaysen, may I look at your pocketbook?
No. I shall let you look at it.
Because I want to look inside.
Hey, give me that purse.
I thought so. It's stuffed with bills and big ones at that. Must be about $1,000 here.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Mrs. Kaysen, where'd you get it? Come on, talk.
Someone sent it to me.
Who?
I don't know. It came in the mail Thursday with a letter.
Have you still got the letter?
No, I tore it up and threw it away.
Do you remember what the letter said?
Yeah. It said I shouldn't worry about my niece. And if I didn't ask questions, I could keep the money.
Oh, so you were smeared with some dough and you called off the search, huh?
So what? The kid was nothing but a little tramp anyway.
Why, you dirty...
Easy, Inspector. Miss Kaysen, where do you think Margie was going when she ran away?
Probably to her friend Betty's. It's where she always went when we had a fight.
I see. And she never reached her friend's house, did she?
No.
Where does Betty live?
Over at 2142 Wawona Avenue, near the beach.
There's a vacant sand lot on that block. Inspector, we've got a job to do. A job of digging.
I got a lot of men here, Mike, but they haven't found anything so far.
Keep them at it, Inspector. I'm sure...
What's the matter?
Bit of luck, I think. Look at that mongrel dog over at the corner.
Yeah. He's digging in the sand like mad.
Come on.
Right. Why, the mutt's run away, Mike.
That's okay. I got my eye on where he was digging. Here it is. You see the hole?
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me your shovel.
Right, here you are.
Thanks. Now pray.
Maybe it was only a bone the mutt was after.
Maybe.
Do you want me to take over, Mike?
No. Guess I can. Inspector, look.
Good Lord.
The poor kid. Under the sand. And over her white bones when they are bare, the wind shall blow forevermore. Did you get the coroner's report on Margie, Inspector?
Yeah, Mike, it was just as you figured. The kid was dead before she was buried.
Uh-huh. It's fairly easy now to reconstruct what happened.
It is? Not for me.
Well, the only conclusion which fits all the facts is that Lydia's car hit Margie and killed her. Terrified, Lydia and whoever was with her buried the body in the sand.
Well, why? After all, it certainly wasn't deliberate. It wasn't murder.
True, but a conviction on at least a reckless driving charge is fairly probable.
Okay, go on.
Well, Lydia couldn't stand what she'd done. That's why she gave that sealed envelope to Sally. Probably contained a full account of what happened.
Kind of a confession to lighten her guilt, huh?
Yes.
By the way, how did the killer know about it?
Probably through Lydia herself. Lydia? Yes. She must have tried to forestall her murder by threatening the killer with disclosure by means of the envelope.
But the killer was desperate and made sure Lydia would never talk.
Exactly.
Excuse me just a minute. Hello? Inspector Prevost speaking. What? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He has, eh? Why, of course. Certainly. Bring him down right away. Mike, a couple of the boys just picked up the handyman, Al Kemper.
They did?
Yeah, and get this. One of the men recognized him as an old con with a record as long as your arm. All right, Kemper, come on now. Stop stalling. Why did you run away?
Early this morning when Miss Bond's brother came to see her, I was out in the yard near the kitchen.
Yeah?
The window was open, and I heard him tell his sister about Miss Courtney being dead. I figured me with my record it wasn't healthy to stick around.
You're lying.
I'm not, I tell you.
You are.
Just a minute, Inspector. Kemper, where were you last Tuesday night?
Well, I was in a neighborhood bar until about 11:30, and then I beat it home and hit the hay.
Did you hear Miss Courtney come home?
Yeah. When she drove in, she woke me up.
Was there anyone with her?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Well, I don't know. I heard Miss Courtney's voice, but whoever was with her was whispering.
Did you hear what they said?
Well, not much of it. Miss Courtney was scared. She kept saying something was all wrong. The other person kept telling her she had to keep her mouth shut about it.
Anything else?
No, wait. There was just one other thing.
Yes?
The other person said something kind of funny. Let me see. Yeah. I could never stand it. Never. I'd go insane in a month. That's just what was said.
Oh, not very much to go on, is there, Mike?
On the contrary, Inspector. I think it's the key to the whole case.
The key?
Yes. Get Sally Stanton and Bill down here right away.
What for?
I'm going to trap the murderer.
Why did you call us down here?
Okay. Quiet, please. Quiet. All right, Mike.
Thanks, Inspector. I called you all down here because there's been a new development in the case, and I'll need your help. Now, will you follow me, please?
I don't see any sense.
Where are we going?
Upstairs, Brother Bill. Hurry up. Come on. Get in the elevator.
Okay.
It's a tight squeeze, but I think we can make it. There we are. All right, Inspector. Close the door and take us up.
Right.
You all right, Sally?
Yes, Jay.
Oh, what's the matter, Inspector?
I don't know, Mike. Funny. We seem to be stuck.
That's a fine how do you do, between floors, too.
Keep your shirt on, Brother Bill. That's funny. It won't start.
Now, don't worry, folks. We'll probably get going in a minute.
I'd like to get out.
Yeah, how about it?
I said I'd like to get out, please. I can't stay in here. I can't. Please. You don't understand. You don't understand.
I'm afraid I do, Stanton. You murdered Lydia, didn't you?
Yes. I killed her. I killed her.
All right, Inspector. You can take us down now. You missed me, didn't you, Mahitapur?
Mike, will you put that darn cat down?
Relax, Inspector, relax.
Relax, he says. Don't you think it's time that you answered a few questions?
Okay. Excuse me, Mahitapur. What do you want to know, Inspector?
How did you figure out Jay Stanton's claustrophobia? His fear of being hemmed in?
Well, first of all, when we visited Stanton, his house seemed strange. It was almost all glass. You yourself called it a goldfish bowl.
Yeah, that's right, so I did.
Then he had his office in his home, not in a building where he'd have to take an elevator every day.
Uh-huh.
Of course, at the time we saw him, it didn't mean too much. It was just odd.
Yeah, but when were you sure?
When Kemper told us what he'd overheard. As you recall, the person with Lydia said, I could never stand it. Never. I'd go insane in a month.
Yes, but how could you know what he referred to?
Well, obviously, Lydia and Stanton were talking of what they had done to Margie. The only way Stanton could terrify her into silence was by pointing out a probable jail sentence if they were caught. Thus, what Stanton said could only refer to what jail would mean to him. He would go insane because of his claustrophobia.
I see. And when you tied that up to his glass house, having his office there, you had him all wrapped up.
Yes.
Oh, what's the matter, Mehitable? Rubbing your whiskers again, huh? You Casanova. Well, I'll let you out.
Mike, will you stop bothering with that cat?
Sorry, Inspector. There are some things which are much more important than crime.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Epitaph for Lydia, based on a story by Virginia Rath. James Erthine did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played Mike. Jack McBride was the inspector. Julie Stevens was Sally. Ted Osborne was heard as Jay. Mason Adams was Bill. Bryna Rayburn was Lydia. And Brad Barker was Mehitabel, the... I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the exciting story of a crown that rested easily on the head of death. It's called The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder on Margin? Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Murder on Margin, by Robert George Dean. The very intriguing story of the stocks of passion and the bonds of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in a room of a shabby hotel in Midtown Manhattan. A trim, slick-haired man is eyeing the blonde girl sitting near him on the sofa. He watches her carefully as she pours herself a drink.
You're hitting the bottle tonight, ain't you, Joan? That's the fourth one you've had.
So what?
Nothing. Only when you start guzzling like that, it's a cinch something's eating.
I told you I was tired.
Okay, baby, okay. Come here.
Oh, please, Nick, don't.
Yeah, you are tired, ain't you?
Well, what do you expect? You know better than anyone else what a day I put in.
You've had tougher days.
Maybe I have. Maybe I'm just getting sick of being a manicurist.
Well, I can't blame you for that. I'm not crazy about being a barber, either. Joan.
What?
Maybe you'll be able to quit your job soon.
How?
You know Larry Carson, don't you?
Who?
Larry Carson, the stockbroker. You know, the guy in the brokerage house a couple of doors from our shop?
Oh, yeah, I think I've done his nails.
Sure, you have lots of times.
Well?
He's a smart trader. Knows the market inside out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been giving some tips to Tony, who cuts his hair. And Tony's made himself quite a bundle.
So what?
So I've been talking to Tony, and he's going to pass them tips on to me.
Oh.
I'm going to start right away. Just as soon as Carson gets back.
Gets back?
Yeah. He told Tony today he was leaving town on a business trip. But he won't be gone long. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I think it's a swell idea, Nick.
You bet it is. Pretty soon I'll have some real dough, and then... come here, baby.
Don't, Nick.
Just a little kiss, honey.
Don't.
Hey, you act like I'm poison or something. I said, come here.
And I said, let go of my wrist. Let go.
Hey, you got a bracelet on under your sleeve.
You're crazy.
Am I? Come on, let me see it.
No.
Let me see it.
My...
Just a minute, sweetheart. Okay.
Give me back that bracelet.
Shut up. Diamonds, huh? Are you dirty two-timing now? Who's the guy? I asked you, who's the guy?
Larry Carson gave it to me.
Carson?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, Nick. I swear I've been playing him for a sucker, that's all.
Playing him for a sucker?
Yeah, just getting all I could out of him for the two of us. No, Nick, don't!
For the two of us, huh? Come on, get up. Get up, I said. Joan. Joan. Are you all right?
Get out. Get out!
Okay. I'm going. So long, sweetheart.
Larry,
Yes, Ruth?
it's rather late.
I'm quite aware of that.
Well, you mentioned that you wanted to turn in early.
Still the dutiful wife, eh? Well, I have some market reports I want to study.
Oh.
Answer that, will you?
Hello? Oh. Yes, just a minute. It's for you, Larry.
For me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, Larry. This is Joan Randall.
I thought I told you never to call this number.
I know what you told me, but I had to talk to you. Tried the other place and couldn't get you.
I see. All right, what do you want?
I heard you were taking a little trip tomorrow.
Yes?
I thought we had a date.
Sorry, I meant to call you about that before I left.
Oh, you meant to, huh?
Yes, it came up suddenly. It's just a routine business trip. I'll be back in a few days.
I don't like it.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'm not. I've had the feeling for some time now that you wanted to brush me off.
What?
I want to warn you, Larry. Don't do it.
I shall do whatever I please.
Yeah? Well, get this through your head, Mr. Carson. You'll pay off or else. Hello? Did you hear me? I said you'll...
This one didn't like it either, did she?
She'll learn.
It's convenient to have a wife, isn't it, Larry? It must sound convincing when you tell them I won't give you a divorce.
Yes, I guess it does.
Larry, when are you going to set me free?
Soon.
You've been saying that for months now. Carl and I want to be married, and I want a clean start. That's why I haven't begun any action myself.
Yes?
We don't want to wait any longer. I want a divorce now.
Very moving appeal, my dear. But I confess I don't understand it. You and Carl Hamill? Why, he's strictly a lightweight.
Is he? Then why did you ask him to be a partner in your firm?
Well, it's quite simple, Ruth. I needed some money. No, I'm sorry I took him in.
So is Carl.
I don't doubt it.
Larry.
Hmm?
I heard you mention something about a business trip.
Well?
If you were to stay away a long time, it would delay my divorce.
That's quite an idea.
Yes. I've got another idea, too, Larry.
Oh? What is it?
I'm afraid I'd better keep this one to myself.
Oh, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yes, at least I hope so. I'd like to see Mr. Carson.
Well, Mr. Carson is a very busy man.
Oh, I know, Mr. Hamill. I've been waiting here outside his office since 9:45, and now it's 20 after.
Oh, I see. Well, I was just going in to see Mr. Carson myself. I'll tell him that you're here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Pat Barton.
Pat Barton? The private detective?
Oh, yes. I want to consult him about some stocks.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Do you mind if I glance at the ticker?
No.
Thanks. Let's see. Commercial Solutions, 31.5. Say, that looks like a pretty good stock, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Might go up to 32.
Yes, Larry, I will. Oh, was that last order 29.25? Right. Oh, Mr. Barton.
Yes, Mr. Hamill.
I told Mr. Carson you were waiting. He'll see you in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, I'll just keep my eye on the ticker.
Fine. See you later.
Right. Let's see. Salt preferred, 20.25. Alliance.
All right, Mr. Barton. I think we can go in now.
Okay, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, Larry, this is... Well, that's funny. He isn't here.
You're wrong, Mr. Hamill. Look, on the floor near the desk. Good Lord. Someone put a rope around his neck and pulled it tight. Very tight.
I swear I don't know how you do it, Pat, but every time there's a murder, you're right in the middle of it.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Riley. It just happens. I don't arrange them.
No, huh? Well, the way you solve them sometimes makes me wonder. Okay, forget it. Let's take another look at the late Mr. Carson.
Okay.
Let's see here. After he was strangled, he must have slipped to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But that would hardly account for his mussed-up appearance, though.
What do you mean?
Well, his shirt is half out, and his belt is twisted. Do you think that maybe he was just a sloppy dresser?
No, Lieutenant. You can see his suit was obviously just pressed. And look at the shine on his shoes.
Uh-huh.
I think the killer must have searched him.
For what? His wallet was still on him and nothing was missing from it.
Yes, but there wasn't much money in it. Did the medical examiner give you the time of death?
Yeah, probably between 10:15 and 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that tells you who the murderer is, huh?
Well, not quite, Lieutenant, but it helps.
Yeah, a lot. What gets me is how the killer got in and out. Now, there's Carson's private entrance leading to the hallway into the street, and that's locked.
Uh-huh.
And now, this door here to the main office, through which you entered. Now, you say that you were sitting right next to it from 9:45 on?
Yes, and the only one who entered was Carl Hamill.
I think I'll have a little talk with that guy. Mr. Hamill?
Yes, Lieutenant?
Would you mind stepping in here?
Not at all.
Mr. Hamill, according to Mr. Barton here, you were the only one to enter this office.
Yes?
And that was about 20 after 10, a time when Carson might have been killed.
And what do you mean? You know that he was alive when I left the office?
Do we?
Well, of course, Mr. Barton. Well, you were sitting right at the door when I came out. You heard me turn around and ask him about that last quotation.
Yes, I heard you, but I didn't hear him.
Huh? Oh, that's right. I remember now. He didn't answer me. He just nodded.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Hamill, excluding Mr. Carson, who had a key to the private entrance of this office?
Well, I believe Mrs. Carson had one.
Oh, she did, eh?
Yes, but surely you don't think that she had anything to do with this. Why, she couldn't...
Take it easy, Mr. Hamill. Pat.
Yes, Lieutenant?
One of my men reported that in the hallway leading from Carson's private entrance to the street is a door of a private club.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, there's a doorman posted at that door from 9 o'clock on. He'll be able to tell us just who entered this office by way of that private entrance.
Oh, good. Well, I get...
Yeah, what's that? What is that?
Supply closet, Lieutenant.
Let me out.
Oh, there she is, behind the filing cabinet.
Oh.
Hey, give me a hand, will you? I can't seem to get out of here by myself.
All right. We'll just get this cabinet out of the way a bit. There we are. Okay, come on out.
Yeah, sure.
Why, Miss Randall.
You know this girl, Mr. Hamill?
Why, yeah, she's the manicurist at a barber shop a few doors down the street.
Oh, okay, Miss Randall, talk.
Huh?
She seems to be pretty drunk, Lieutenant.
Yeah. What were you doing in that closet, sister?
Who wants to know?
I'm Lieutenant Riley of the police.
Police?
Yes. Take a look at the floor near the desk.
Oh. Larry's dead, huh?
Uh-huh. You ought to know.
Me? I didn't do it.
No? How'd you get in here?
I had a key. Larry gave it to me.
Oh.
The louse was going to run out on me. I wanted to have a little talk with him.
Uh-huh.
And I got here early, before 9. Didn't want anybody to spot me coming in. I hid behind the cabinet in the closet.
How come you're so boiled?
Well, I knew it'd be a long wait, so I took a flask along. I was nervous. And before I knew it, the flask was empty. And then I passed out.
Uh-huh. Miss Randall, there's a keyhole in that closet door. Did you see or hear anything that might help us?
No, not a thing.
I see. Okay, sister. I'm going to send you home to sober up. But don't get any idea that you're out of this mess. I'm going to check on you all the way. Pat?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Get your hat. We'll start checking with the barber shop where she works. Were you Carson's barber, Nick?
No, Lieutenant. Tony took care of him.
Oh, well, where is this Tony?
Well, it's been raining all morning, and we were slow, and Tony and the others ducked out. They're probably chewing the fat in a cafeteria down the street.
Uh-huh. You got a manicurist named Joan Randall?
Yeah, she didn't show up this morning.
I don't think she'll be in today, Nick.
Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Barton?
Why are you so nervous?
Well, Joan and me, we've been kind of going around together, and if anything's happened to her...
Well, nothing's happened to her yet.
But she's in quite a spot.
You see, we found her in Mr. Carson's closet.
Yeah?
She was pickled, Nick. Now, was that a habit of hers?
Well, when she's worried, she likes a couple of shots.
Uh-huh.
Nick, it seems that Joan and Mr. Carson were quite friendly. Did you know that?
Yeah. It didn't mean anything. He had a lot of dough, and, well, you know how it is.
Yes, we know.
You don't think she killed Carson, do you?
We're not sure, Nick. But if you ask me, you're going to need a new manicurist.
For me, Lieutenant, it is unbelievable. I simply refuse to believe it.
I know, Sasha, I know. But Carson's dead, and you've got to help us.
Huh? Me help you? How?
What time were you at your post this morning?
What time? Why, 9 o'clock. In all my 23 years as doorman to this club, I arrive at 9 sharp. Not before, not later.
Uh-huh. And from your post, you can see anyone who enters the hallway to go to Mr. Carson's office.
Absolutely.
Sasha, do you know Joan Randall, the manicurist from the barber shop around the corner?
You mean the blonde Barishki? Sure, I know her.
Did you see her enter the hallway this morning?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
She must have got here before 9, like she said.
Did you see anyone else, Sasha?
Yes. Just one person.
Who was it?
It was Mrs. Carson.
Mrs. Carson, eh? What time was that?
About 20 after 10.
And she went down the hallway to Mr. Carson's office?
Yes.
Did you see her go in?
No. The hallway turns to the left. You can't see the door.
He's right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Now, I want you to be very careful about this next one, Sasha. When did she come out?
I don't know.
Huh?
You see, a little while after she came in, I had to call a cab for a member.
Yeah?
I was outside for a couple of minutes.
In other words, she could have slipped out during that time.
Correct.
Oh, Sasha, would it have been possible for anyone else to have entered while you were outside?
No, this could not happen. When I went out, I looked up and down the street. There was nobody near enough to sleep in.
Oh, I see. Well, Lieutenant, what's next on the menu?
The blue plate special, Mrs. Carson. Mrs. Carson, Do you have any idea who might have murdered your husband?
No, Lieutenant.
I have.
Yes? Who?
You, Mrs. Carson.
Me?
Yes.
Why, that's absurd. Utterly absurd.
For your information, you were seen going down the hallway to your husband's office.
What?
Oh, come, Mrs. Carson. The identification was positive. You were there, weren't you?
Yes, Mr. Barton. But I didn't see Larry.
Huh? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I went up to the door of the office, and then I stopped.
Why?
The transom was open. I heard Carl, Mr. Hamill, talking to Larry. I lost my nerve and left.
What do you mean you lost your nerve?
Well, I guess I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yeah, I guess you'd better.
I'd wanted a divorce from Larry for some time. Without going into it, I can assure you I had very good reasons.
Yes, we met one of them.
Never mind, Mrs. Carson. Go on, please.
Well, I met Carl Hamill, my husband's partner. We fell in love. I told Larry about it and asked him for a divorce so that Carl and I could be married.
Mm-hmm.
Larry kept putting me off. Then last night I learned that he was taking a trip out of town. He said he'd be gone for only a short time.
Yes?
I had the feeling that he was up to something. You see, he was very spiteful. I felt that he was going to stay away to delay my divorce. I made up my mind that he wasn't going to get away with it.
Uh-huh.
This morning, I set out for his office for a showdown. I took a gun along.
A gun, huh?
Yes, but when I stood outside Larry's door and heard Carl's voice, I realized how foolish I'd been. I knew that I could never kill Larry.
Uh-huh.
I turned around and went home.
Mrs. Carson, did you hear what Mr. Hamill and your husband were talking about?
Yes. They were discussing some stock quotations.
Did Hamill mention the quotation on murder?
What do you mean? You don't think that Carl... Oh, no. He didn't kill Larry.
Of course not. He didn't. You didn't. Nobody did. Only the guy is dead, and the commissioner wants to know why.
Hello?
Hello, Ruth.
Oh, Carl. I was hoping that you'd call.
You heard about Larry?
Yes. The police have just left.
Oh.
Carl, I'm afraid we're in trouble.
What's the matter?
I did something terribly foolish. I went to Larry's office this morning.
What? But why did you...
Wait, I didn't see him. When I got to the door, I heard you talking to him.
Oh.
I heard you quarreling.
Did you tell the police about it?
No, I told them you were discussing stock quotations. Carl, is there anything you want to tell me?
Ruth, you don't think I killed him, do you?
No.
But, darling, you sound as if...
I love you, Carl. No matter what happened, remember that. I love you.
Good evening, Lieutenant. I made it as fast as I could. What's up?
I've got some more pieces for our puzzle.
You have?
Yes. Do you remember when we examined the corpse, you thought the killer had searched him?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right. And whoever it was made off with $100,000.
What?
I had a man go over the books at Carson's. There was $100,000 missing from the credit balances.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it looks like Carson was going to take it on the lam, you see? And he figured on traveling light to throw everyone off guard.
Yes, probably just an overnight bag and the money. From the appearance of his disarranged clothing, I'd say he had the cash in a money belt.
Uh-huh.
Did you speak to Hamill about this?
Yes. Yes, and he was quite upset. Not only over the loss of the dough, he said. He was worried about the effect on the firm's business.
Mm. Well, is there any way to trace that money?
No, and I haven't got the ghost of an idea who can... Wait a minute. Joan Randall. I've had the feeling that dame was holding something back.
You think she took it?
Either that or she knows who did. Come on, Pat. Let's get to her before she puts away another quart.
maybe she's out, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pat, but not the way you mean. She's probably hit that bottle again. Oh, there's no use. The door's locked.
I have a key, Lieutenant.
Huh?
A key that opens a lot of doors.
Oh, well, go ahead. Make believe I'm not looking.
Okay.
There we are. Now, let's see. The light switch ought to be... Yeah, here it is. Well, I don't smell any liquor, so maybe... Holy smoke. She really is out. Look, for good.
Yes, whoever stabbed her wasn't kidding. She must have been lying on the bed. Well, that's odd.
What is?
Well, apparently, after she was stabbed, she still had enough strength to reach down and clutch one of her shoes from under the bed.
Yeah, she probably rolled over and held on to whatever came into her hand.
No, Lieutenant. Shoes are usually placed together on the floor. And from the position of the one still there, she would have had to strain to get the shoe she's holding.
Yeah. Well, why do you think she grabbed it, Pat?
I think it was an attempt to tell us who murdered her.
Oh. Well, it's a woman's shoe. And the only other woman in the case is Mrs. Carson. Or maybe... Yeah. While I was talking to Hammond about that money, he told me he used to be a shoe manufacturer.
What?
Yeah. Well, I guess that does it.
I'm not sure.
Huh?
There's something that keeps buzzing at the back of my mind. Something that... Why, of course. Larry Carson's shoes.
Larry Carson's shoes?
Yes. Now, there's just one thing we ought to check, Lieutenant, and then I think you'll be able to wrap this case up. Better keep back out of sight, Lieutenant.
Okay, Pat. I just wanted to make sure that Sasha is still sitting on that park bench.
Oh, don't worry. I've got my eye on him every second.
Are you certain your plan will work?
I don't see how it can miss. A half hour ago, Sasha telephoned the killer. His message will force the murderer to meet Sasha here in the park.
I see. Then you expect another knifing job, huh?
Right. We'll have to be on our toes to prevent it. Wait, Lieutenant. I think we're getting a bite.
Hello, my friend. I was beginning to think you weren't coming. I thought maybe... Help!
Get him, Lieutenant. Get him.
Stop her and shoot!
Good shot, Lieutenant. You all right, Sasha?
Yes, Mr. Bart.
Good. Is he alive, Lieutenant?
Yeah, the bullet just creased his scalp. Okay, Nick, come on. Up on your feet. As a barber, you usually stand behind a chair. Well, now, we're going to let you sit in one.
Did Nick reveal where he hid the money, Lieutenant?
Yes, it was under the floor in his room.
Oh, good. It's nice of you to give me a lift home, Lieutenant.
That's all right, Pat. You deserve it. And Sasha, too.
It was nothing at all. Only don't ever ask me to do it again.
Don't worry, we won't. Say, Pat, how did you tumble to Nick anyway?
Well, there was the fact of the shoes.